Hey guys, it's Spooky Dude here with Misaki, and welcome back to Fate Ataraxia. So I believe we were in the middle of a loop last time. Yeah, we were about to go out. Or no, hang out here, rather.
Oh wow, it's Ryder again.
Yep. Ooh, wait.
We have a look.
Okay, I guess we'll have a look then. A little scared where this might go, but... As I pass by Ryder's room, I hear voices from inside.
Maybe so, then how about this one? But
Inside is Ryder and Sakura. It's not strange to see them in one another's rooms, given how friendly their master and servant relationship is. But something is different about the enthusiasm in this conversation.
perhaps, but I... Really now, Ryder? How can you still be saying that when you're...
From what I've seen, Ryder is usually the more assertive of the two, while Sakura is more passive. But now Sakura is more eager, while Ryder sounds hesitant.
Oh, is that Shido out there?
That's expected of Ryder. This thin sliding door may as well not even be here. Her voice was unusually stiff and formal. Maybe she's feeling a bit self-conscious with Sakura there. Yeah, my bad. I heard the two of you talking as I passed by, but I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Sorry, I'll be on my way now.
Uh, please come in too, Senpai.
Sakura?
Sakura?
Yeah, whoops. Sakura calls me into the room. Strangely, Ryder seems to be very troubled. Is it really okay for me to come in?
Sakura, this is... I'm sure Senpai will agree with me, so it's fine, right, Ryder?
In response, I hear a sigh that is strangely filled with resignation. I feel like it would be bad to intrude, but turning down the invitation would be even worse. Then should I make some tea?
No, that will not be necessary. The sentiment alone is enough. Or oops.
Oh wait.
Then I'll go make the tea, Senpai.
Okay. The door slides open and Sakura steps out. She's smiling brightly, in sharp contrast to Ryder, who's wearing a grim expression inside the room.
Black tea will be fine, right?
In that case, there should be some tea cakes in the usual place. Please bring those too. After nodding, Sakura disappears down the hall. Now then, sure enough, I'm still worried about whether or not waiting in Ryder's room is a good idea. Is it alright if I come in, Ryder? Ryder nods. A gloomy welcome. Something seems off. It's strange to see Ryder look so troubled after speaking with Sakura. Reason for that soon becomes apparent as they enter the room. There are fashion magazines spread out around the cushions that Ryder and Sakura were sitting on. Ryder is seated in the center of them like a toad surrounded by mirrors. She's looking like she hasn't slept a wink all night. That was a terrible analogy. Is something wrong with these? Pick one up. The model was a beauty, but frankly speaking, the Ryder in front of me is better in terms of raw material. However, the purpose of this kind of magazine is probably to look at the clothes instead of the models themselves.
This is troubling, Shido.
It's rare for you to be troubled by Sakura, Ryder.
Sakura was just trying to get me to... No, I would not say it is a big deal, but...
Ryder replies evasively, but somehow able to piece together what happened. It was Sakura, not Ryder, who brought these magazines, so it's only natural to assume things would turn out like this.
Sakura was...
Yeah. I understand what she's trying to say. Sakura brought those magazines and catalogs and probably started asking which outfit suited Ryder. Of course, she was also looking for which suited herself just as much. But before long, Sakura's main objective shifted to Ryder.
That's right. Ryder would look nice if she dressed a bit more ladylike.
Sakura returns at that moment. She hands out the teacups, but Ryder sinks into silence like usual.
Don't you think so too, Senpai?
Well, it's not that I haven't thought about it. Sakura is concerned about how Ryder dresses. I can certainly see why. She may look nice dressed in jeans, but certainly I can't help but think what a waste what it is when she has such a nice figure. The feeling I get from her is a little different than from Sakura. The changes are enough to even overwhelm me at times. Ryder's style is also different from those of the Tiny Saber and Grand Tosaka.
That's why I think wearing cuter clothes like this would suit her. Oh, back to the cute stuff.
Saying that, Sakura holds out a magazine in front of me. The page shows a skirt wearing figure that makes me think, yeah, this model is cute. I visualize Ryder wearing this. The person in front of me that's being dressed inside my head clearly looks troubled. Imagine Ryder in this kind of outfit, but at the same time, the image of a bewildered Ryder being forced into wearing something that doesn't belong on her floats into my mind.
But Ryder doesn't seem one bit interested. Senpai, what do you think?
I think I understand the conversation from earlier now. Sorry, folks. Allergies gonna blow my nose. 1 second. If Ryder is this unmotivated, then that talk was probably going nowhere fast. I see. I also understand why Ryder invited me in to help support her. I understand, but even if you ask me what I think...
But it looks so fun when Ness-san dresses up Saber-san in all those outfits. That is because she is cute, unlike me.
Ryder replies sullenly. Cute unlike me. Sakura and I exchange glances just at hearing the tone of those words. Sure, Saber is cute, but aren't you beautiful as well?
I think Saber-san would look good in this kind of outfit. But something like that doesn't really suit Ryder, I suppose.
Sakura shows us a page with a one-piece dress adorned with many frills and ribbons. It would look good on Saber, but it really doesn't suit someone like Ryder. That's true, but wouldn't this look good on her? Ooh.
Ah, you're right. That's so nice. It's kind of cool.
Sakura gazes blissfully at a formal black suit displayed on the same page. Because Ryder is tall and has such well-defined limbs, a smart outfit like this really stands out.
If I were to wear this, I would surely look like I was attending a job interview.
If Ryder wore it, she'd look like the skillful secretary of a company director, yeah?
Or she looked like she belongs in Chainsaw Man.
Ryder is obviously embarrassed. As if nearing her limit, she speaks softly while sipping her tea.
I am not cute. I cannot do anything about being this tall.
Looks like Ryder is really sensitive about that. It's true she really is taller than the average woman, but I don't think that's enough to declare herself ugly.
That's not true, right, Senpai? Ryder's cute, isn't she?
Beautiful. Cute, you could say either. In any case, there's no way you could say you can't say she's cute.
A huge woman like me? Since ancient times, tall and strong women have never been called cute.
Ryder keeps stubbornly denying her cuteness. But I also think that stubborn way she acts just makes her cute all the more. I'm starting to understand why Sakura has been encouraging Ryder to help try new types of clothes.
So, I think it would really look good on you, though. In the first place, I am fine as long as the size of my clothing fits. You do not have to fuss over this so much, Sakura.
With this, the conversation is concluded, or so it would seem that Ryder was trying to communicate. However, both Sakura and I feel like bullying her a little longer, or at least somehow I feel that way. Eye contact successful.
Hey, Senpai, how about coming along with us the next time we go shopping for Ryder's Western style clothes?
Yeah, if you're fine with me, I'd be delighted.
What?
Ryder gazes in shock as the two of us casually reach an agreement. While Ryder is stunned into silence, Sakura and I keep talking. Where should we go, though? I'm not really familiar with this sort of thing.
There's many choices at Verde and Shinto. Let's go there. And this year's winter clothing's already out, so I'd like to pick up some other things as well. No, that's, Naturally, since Ryder's the main star here, we'll find a cute outfit that Senpai approves of. Ryder would like that too, right?
Right? Ryder winces at Sakura's emphasis on that last word, looking as though being cornered in a match. And then she looks at me pleadingly. Isn't that fine every now and then? Let's go shopping, the three of us. Checkmate. If it's just Ryder and I, she would refuse me immediately, but since Sakura is involved as well, she can't refuse.
If both of you say that, then it cannot be helped. Though I am inexperienced, please allow me to accompany you. Yay! Senpai, let's all go together next time.
Sakura is overjoyed, while Ryder seems to have resigned herself to her fate. In any case, it looks like I've made a promise to go out with Sakura and Ryder.
Ooh, new scene unlocked?
Probably. Sorry, Ryder. But I want to do this because Sakura isn't... Sorry, 1 second. I don't get it. I was fine yesterday. But I want to do this because Sakura is in such high spirits, so it doesn't really feel like I'm forcing Ryder to do something unpleasant. Wow, but I have a heavy... Oh, wait, no. It's Sakura's line.
Wow, but I have a heavy responsibility. I have to choose something cute that will suit Ryder.
It's alright. Ryder will look good in anything. I'm even envious of her. Wait.
You may say that, Sakura, but aren't you far more attractive? I guarantee that.
Guess we did get those backwards.
I have no doubt Shido thinks that way as well.
Eh? Sakura is thrown off by Ryder's words. Isn't changing the topic like that foul play? It seems like Sakura is angry with me.
Like that, right, Senpai?
No, that's not it. I mean, you are, Okay, we did have it right. Ryder was toyed with until the last minute, but it seems she's recovered a bit of her mood now. Picking out clothes for Ryder, huh? I don't really cut out for that kind of thing, but I am interested in the results.
Well then, let us drink the tea Sakura put so much effort into before it cools down. Jeez, the two of you.
Made a promise to go on a date with Sakura.
Another date?
New scene has appeared in the special collection. Be shows it at the entrance on a holiday morning. Nice. Oh man, there's a lot on the 4th day now.
Oh yeah, the 4th day is popular.
Wait, an
Two
important scene.
exclamation marks though.
Yeah, and with her?
Let's go. Let's see the friend.
Alright.
That is just unexpected.
As I cross the pedestrian bridge, I see something that grabs my attention. Hey, isn't that Sayagusa from Tosaka's class? From the way she's walking in tiny steps that are almost hops, she has to be Sayagusa. We haven't made eye contact, and ordinarily it wouldn't be strange for us to pass each other like this, but...
I'm surprised. Yukika, you go to Homurahara? I thought you were younger. Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry, Gil-kun. I'm really much older.
Okay, well that explains it.
No. I'm the one who should apologize. That was quite rude of me. A guy who would do something so rude as asking a woman her age has no right to call himself a man. But I'm also a little glad. I'd rather have you as an older sister than just a friend. Thanks. I wish my little brothers were as sweet and polite as you, Gil-kun. They're all so naughty. You might be right about Kota and the others being too energetic. Running around wildly day in and day out, never heeding the trouble they might get into. It must be tough for you, Yukika. It is. Gil-kun, if you see my brothers doing anything they shouldn't, please try and stop them for me. They don't listen to anything I tell them, but I think they would if it were Gil-kun saying it. They really look up to you, you know? That's not true. They do listen to you, Yukika. You don't need to worry about them. Your brothers would never do anything to make you sad, even if I'm not there to watch them. Well, it is a problem that they try to cause trouble for you on purpose, though. Even I can't deter them from that.
Well, this seems perfectly peaceful, but what is that guy doing with Sayagusa? I hide behind a bench and continue observing.
So sus.
That blonde boy is unmistakably Gilgamesh. Better known as Child Gil, the charismatic kid who's lately become a godfather to the brat mafia of Miyama kids.
By the way, Yukika, you don't have track and field practice today? Does that mean you're free this afternoon? Yes, completely free. I finished all the laundry this morning so I can relax until dinner time. Oh? So you came here for a walk in the park? I'm so glad. Sometimes I come to the park to get away from trouble at home and wait for things to blow over. But it looks like my luck has changed today. Gil-kun, you don't get along with your mother, or... Oh, did Kota tell you? It's not my mom. I live with my guardian. She's really moody and gets mad at me over the slightest things. Like the polar opposite of you, Yukika. I'm assuming he's talking about Karen?
Yeah, most likely.
No. Even comparing you to her is inexcusable. After all, she's just my employer, but you're the person I like. Seriously, if I've got to have a guardian no matter what, I'd much rather you were my master, Yukika. Master? No, more importantly, yeah, the person I like. Didn't I tell you? I like to see you as an older sister much more than just a friend. How about it, Yukika? Have you ever been with a younger boy before? Wow, he really is hitting on her.
Yeah.
Gyokun? Eh?
Okay, but like body-wise, like how old is he supposed to be relative to her?
Yeah.
You bastard! So this is where your true colors come out. That I'm a good little boy routine was all an act, just as I thought. At this rate, the rabbit-like Saigusa will be gobbled up. Stop right there! I'm getting a little echo, Misaki.
Oh.
I think it's only when I raise my voice up to a certain volume, but... What are you doing? This park is a public place, you sex fiend.
Amiya-kun? Ah, Oni-san.
Saigusa separated from the blonde kid with a cry of surprise. On the other hand, Child Gill shoots a disgruntled look in my direction.
Bye, Amiya-kun. I just remembered I gotta do something, so hello.
Whoosh! She runs away with the speed of a wild rabbit. She was so startled that I begin to feel bad about what I did.
Good grief, me a sex fiend? You're the last person I want to hear that from, Oni-san.
Am I wrong? I saw you putting the moves on Saigusa. I don't know what game you think this is, but there are some people you just shouldn't tease, you know.
It's just rude. I treat me like Yukika.
Liar. No, wait. Doubting your sincerity would be pretty rude. So, are you, like, serious about her?
Spoke the truth. A woman like Yukika would be an ideal life partner.
Gah. He says such an embarrassing thing so boldly that I begin to feel embarrassed for doubting him. Well then, I'm sorry for thinking you were playing around with your feelings. Still, this is sure a strange turn of events. What happened to you being into Saber?
Saber-san is a son. I have no interest in that. Perhaps she might make a useful vassal, but she is unsuitable to be a lifelong partner.
That's a really ominous thing to say. So in short, you like Saigusa for her maternal-like qualities? Like her supportiveness?
It's not it, Oni-san. It's not that Yukiko is supportive. Rather, she's someone who has to be taken under one's wing. A wildflower is more precious to me than the most vibrant rose. To see how long one can shelter a simple flower, leaving it just the way it is, that is to me what being supportive means for a man.
I'm speechless. In short, this kid is saying that Saigusa might lack any redeeming features, but that's really a really good thing in itself. What should I do about this? I mean, I might really find myself coming to like this guy. So basically, instead of ruling over the person you like, you express your love by nurturing and looking after them?
The only person one can rule over is one who wishes to be ruled over. Unfortunately, it seems that I forget this once I grow older. If I had a choice, I would have liked to become a good leader. Man, why do I do things that make people scared of me?
Wow. Again, sorry. My model spun 360 degrees. Wow, for the good of all the people in the world, this king should stay a child, definitely, no doubt about it. What happened to the... then what happens if the person you cared for doesn't turn out the way you like? Like, after some means that you won't force any... Like, looking after someone means that you won't force anything on them, right? What if that person ends up turning into somebody like, that master you're so eager to avoid?
If that happened, I would just discard them. It would mean it just wasn't meant to be.
I take back the previous statement. This guy hasn't changed one bit. That callousness is part of his very nature that nobody can ever hope to change. So if Saigusa would become more like Tosaka, you'd grow to love her less?
My love wouldn't lessen, it just wouldn't grow anymore. It would cease to change for all eternity. It wouldn't increase, but neither would it die. Love, once it has appeared, can never be erased. It's not true what they say about excessive love becoming hatred. It's simply that a newly born hatred has surpassed the love cultivated up until that point.
So, for example, a boy who currently believes in both the good and evil of humanity, one day is overcome by such hatred so as to render that love worthless to him.
Well, there are cases like that. No matter how far the man strays from human morality, problematically, he still has love. And to other people that he looks as human as they are, so in the end, he is hated as a human. If only he had just been entirely inhuman to begin with, he would have been designated a god instead.
Bidding me farewell, the blonde child turns on his heel. He isn't heading in the direction that Saigusa ran off to, but rather towards the bridge into Shinto. Hey, you're not going after Saigusa?
There is no need. My business with her is finished. Yukika cares strongly for her brothers, so she could be staying out until late at night trying to find them and bring them home. That's very dangerous, isn't it? After all, tonight is the 4th night, and this bridge at night is a very dangerous place to be, so you never know what could happen. But thanks to you, Oni-san, Yukika has already gone home and will not return here until tomorrow. A bit of a shame, but still a tolerable resolution to the situation.
With a perfectly unperturbed smile on his face, the King of Heroes departs. Suddenly I feel unnecessarily sentimental. Although he seems to be as capricious as ever in the face of this irregularity, maybe he's finding just as much to treasure in these carefree days as the rest of us. Wallpaper added.
I'm surprised out of the 3 friends, Yukika is technically the most popular since both Ku and Gil went after her.
Yeah.
So we know Emmy is favorite.
Okay, so we got Rin at the station front, or Rin at home, or Castor.
Why is she in the living room? Castor, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
I want to see.
It's almost time. We have quite an unusual guest coming to visit today. Actually, it looks like they're already here. Standing up, I make my way to the entrance. Welcome. What? No one's there? Yep, no one's there. Was it a prank after all? Sheesh, ding dong dash. Who does that these days? Even kindergartners at Fujine are too mature for... What the... Whoa! I couldn't tell when or how Castor got in, but there she is. In our entranceway, counting the shoes. Hey. Oh, no.
Oh, there you are, boy. If it's why the intruder alert barrier didn't react that you were wondering about, I simply asked it to ignore me. As one does.
She doesn't spare so much as a glance my way, but keeps glaring at the shoes with a pensive look on her face. Does it bother her if the heels aren't all lined up neatly?
By the way, does Sakura-san happen to be here?
What, is that it? Castor, this is the home base for a former enemy. Links between her, Tosaka, and Saber are precarious even now. So she's asking if Sakura, who might be on her side, is in. No, she's out shopping in Shinto today. She said she won't be back before nightfall.
Well, that is a relief.
Yeah, if you asked me ahead of time, I'd have tried to hold... Wait, what?
I'd much rather not be seen here by that girl. You see, she believes that I'm a model wife, doesn't she? If she knew that a model wife had come here to ask a boy for a favor like this.
Oh, I see. You don't want to destroy that beautiful image she has of you. I recall a certain incident that went down in the shopping district. If Sakura were to find out, she'd be disappointed, to say the least.
Hardly. I simply wish to avoid the embarrassment that would result.
I think I get the idea. I won't let on to Sakura that you were here. And all the others are out right now, so come on in.
Good to hear. Then let me say it properly. Good afternoon, boy. No, wait. Today, sensei might be more appropriate. Ooh, it's the cooking episode.
Yeah, it sounds like it. No, lots of these have hollow hearts inside, so you shouldn't be so quick to just choose the biggest ones. I'm instructing a veritable authority in magic on how to select the best potato. Honestly, how did my life end up like this?
Yes. I already knew that, of course. This rule is the very embodiment of basic, after all.
You want to give the laugh?
Ho ho ho!
Laughs Caster, flashing me her standard bewitching smile. But there's barely a shred of her usual bravado and laughter today. Let's go with meat and potato stew. That more or less falls under the heading of a Japanese food. And I'm going to help out Caster in her pursuit of cooking skills. Just like I promised her before, but... Smack in the middle of this ordinary Japanese kitchen, clad in a fantastic outfit of multi-layered cloth, stands an unbelievably gorgeous woman. The discordant contrast is making me severely uncomfortable.
I wonder if Soichiro-sama likes meat and potato stew.
Hold up. This line here has a voicing. I want to see what that sounds like. Voices to Caster. Nah, I thought she was actually singing.
Same.
Oops. Let's turn that back down. Oh, I passed it. Oh there, Ruffa Hunter New. How you doing? You're asking me?
Didn't you say that single males love a good homemade meat and potato stew, boy?
I said that it was the kind of dish that most would probably like. Call it a widespread delusion, or the self-centered dream of all men, or something like that. Actually, quit worrying about that and roll up your sleeves so we can get started.
Oh my. Me with my head in the clouds. I heard you, really. I really did. Fear not. All I need to do is use a little water-stained breeze-repelling magic, and we'll have nothing to worry about. And my antibacterial protective shield is, of course, flawless.
Well, I guess that couldn't hurt. Everything should be fine at this rate. Should be. Pulling myself together, I start by instructing Caster how to dig the eyes out of the potatoes, and find myself impressed by the skill with which she handles the kitchen knife. Looks like you're used to dealing with cutlery.
Whatever could you mean?
I'm talking your control with the knife. From the way you handle it, I'd never have thought you weren't good at cooking. When I first started teaching Sakura, a knife in her hands was so dangerous I couldn't take my eyes off her for even a second. But you're so deft I don't see any reason for concern.
There are all sorts of blades used in magic, so isn't it perfectly natural that I'm accustomed to it?
Now that you mention it, you took up making ships and bottles, didn't you? That requires a steady hand, too. So our fingers are skilled enough, but how should we apply that to cooking? Her fingers are. You should relax more. Think of it the same as making a magical potion.
Cooking and mixing medicinal compounds aren't even on the same level of comparison. Pharmacology, where effectiveness is of the utmost importance, and cooking, where flavor and nutritional value must be in harmony in one dish, are two different things entirely, like a five-dimensional sense of intuition.
Really? But isn't the way you make them by following a recipe the same? I think it would be easy for you.
If it were so simple, I wouldn't need to be taught like this, now would I? Sakura-san said so too, that love is the most important spice in cooking. It's not the cooking itself, but the emotion that you put into it for the person who you want to make it for. That's half the battle. It is nothing like preparing medicine, where you concentrate all your thoughts on a complex formula that you develop as you mix ingredients together.
Is that so? Cooking is part of my daily life, but I can't say I've ever thought about it that way. The only emotions that went into my cooking were those of a village chief trying to help a hungry tiger, keep a hungry tiger from descending on the people of the tribe. Wonder if I haven't wasted my life. It is. Where I used to... Where...
I think it's her?
Wait,
It is. Were I to use the same method, seeking only results, and somehow made delicious food that way, even if it were enough to delight Soichiro-sama, I myself would not be satisfied.
Huh.
And if the only one who gets any enjoyment out of my cooking is me as I make it, then there's no point at all. It's for both of us that I have to improve.
I can only nod at admiration. There's nary a hint of the cruel and capricious witch of before in her as she stands cutting vegetables. Her knife making a satisfying sound as it strikes the cutting board.
Shiro, I'm sorry for the trouble, but I wonder if I might request a small snack.
Castor gulps. Too late. Saber and Castor have already locked eyes.
Oh, it's you. Castor, what reason have you for coming here? Shiro?
Hold on, she's not the enemy. At least not today. She's here for cooking practice.
It's as he says. Thank you for having me, Saber. How can you be so carefree? Were you really deceived by her, hiding her real intentions with such straightforwardness? It couldn't be. Shiro, does Castor have you under her power?
Of course not. Also, I'd really like if you keep the fact that she was here today secret from Sakura and the others.
Humph. The quickness with which you attempt to conceal the truth only reveals how deceitful you truly are, Castor.
Whoa, at this rate, I might not be able to talk her out of this.
Castor is not to be trusted. Have you forgotten already, Shiro? The terrible things that befell me while this woman held me prisoner?
Well, I suppose some pretty unfortunate stuff did happen to you back then, but what are you looking at? Saber has stopped talking all of a sudden and is now staring intently at something over my shoulder. I glance behind me to see Castor fiddling with a 200-gram package of sliced beef.
Ahem. What is it that you will be making?
I'm teaching her how to make meat and potato stew today.
Meat and potato stew, is it? Meat and potato stew. Meat and potato stew.
Murmurs Saber over and over again.
Thanks to this boy's skill, you've been allowed the luxury of becoming very particular about food, haven't you, Saber? If I can make a meat and potato stew that meets your standards, then Soichiro-sama is sure to be delighted by it too.
Saber's eyes immediately lit up at those words, just as though they were a magic spell. That's the artifice of a magus for you.
It would certainly seem that you are no enemy of mine today, Caster. Yes, a simple stew would be a small price to pay to gain you as an ally, Saber.
Hey, if you're gonna put it that way, isn't it way too cheap?
I understand. Leave the vanguard to the swordsmen, and in the rear, the Magi can safely devote themselves to the art of cooking. I give you my oath to fight to the last against prying eyes that might discover the existence of this meat and potato stew.
Saber, what I'd like you to hide is the fact that Castor was here, not that we're making stew. Well, whatever. It's not like it makes much difference either way. And I'm counting on you, Saber. You can have this in the meantime. Opening the cupboard, I take out some bean-studded mochi and hand it to Saber. Way to go, Castor. Saber really gets stubborn when it comes to things like this.
There's nothing out of the ordinary about Saber. The only strange one here is you, boy. You're still willing to go along with my requests, even after everything I put you through in the past?
Speaking of that, even Ryder's not living with us.
Heh, indeed. Just how many times has she tried to kill you, boy?
Well, it depends on what timeline we're on.
Yep.
She snickers to herself. That laughter is so delicate in its nuance that I can't tell whether it's meant to be agreeable or mocking. It's all fine. It's all in the past. Esther said the same thing. There's no reason to hate someone just because you're enemies. But now we're not even enemies, so there's no problem at all.
I suppose there could be something to that. There are things I've done to you, boy, that I couldn't have Sakura finding out about, for example.
That's okay. You made your feelings clear too, Castor. That's why I have no problem teaching you to cook.
That's not it. I came here on Soichiro-sama's recommendation. I'd even go to Berserker for help if that's what Soichiro-sama asked me to do.
That she says with such a straight face is making me, the listener, embarrassed in turn. You sure are earnest when it comes to Kuzuki-sensei.
Oh wow, he recommended Emiya, huh? Oh my, but isn't it the same with Sakura?
Hey, what do you mean by that?
Sakura sure has a hard time too, and just so you know, it's not that I hate to cook. When you love someone, you do whatever it takes, even lie to stay by their side, but food is something you want to make sincerely, without falsehood, just for them.
Castor gently seasons her dish, as though flavoring it with the contents of her heart. Standing close by and seeing that gentle expression softening her face warms my own heart too. I wish I could show it to Sakura as well.
What did you just say? Didn't you promise that this would be kept a secret from Sakura? Shiro.
Oh, it's only Saber.
Sheesh, don't startle me like that. Shiro. Rin has returned.
Tosaka?
Oh, you must mean that uncivilized ape of a girl. What a nuisance. I really don't do well with these brawn-over brain types like Berserker or that girl. Settling everything through reasonable conversation like I did with Saber will likely be impossible with her. Yes, she's a formidable opponent indeed.
This is unexpected. To Castor, Tosaka is even more of a handful than Saber. Well, she did punch her in the stomach.
Yep.
Well, I don't know. I admit Tosaka is moody, but...
Moody doesn't even begin to cover it. Do you truly understand? Never in a million years would have believed that there was a magus who would abandon the use of their craft in a fight and attack with her fists. But that's exactly what that girl did to me. Indeed. She is a magus of a new breed, the likes of which never existed in the olden days.
I guess I can't really cover for her. I'd be lying if I said that her tendency to settle things with her fist hasn't caused a lot of headaches for me as well. Wait, this isn't the time for that. I can hear Tosaka's footsteps drawing closer by the second. Caster, isn't there some handy spell that you could use and, I don't know, hide yourself or teleport to another room or something?
Too late. Using any magic in here now would be as good as setting off a signal flare. She'd know in a second.
Crap, she's almost here.
She approaches. I like how she put her hood back on. Hey, Emiya-kun. Hmm?
Hey there, Tosaka. Welcome back.
What is she doing over there?
The second she enters the living room, Tosaka sprouts knit. She must have noticed something was up right away thanks to the saucepan gripped in the hands of nervously swinging Saber, which is clanking like an alarm bell as she trembles.
Curious turn of events, seeing Saber in the kitchen. Isn't it a little early to be starting dinner preparations? Oh, we're holding a bit of a cooking class. There's all kinds of things you could use meat and potato stew for, you know?
Hey,
Hey, Saber, that's not a walk.
Saber, who's vigorously stirring the ingredients in the pot, brings to mind her country's rough heritage. Anyway,
as you can see,
I think that's Shiro. Anyway, as you can see, I'm a little tied up with this at the moment. Come back a little later if you need me for something.
I see. By the way, what's this cloth wrap purple thing down here getting underfoot? Garbage?
I can't very well tell her it's Caster, trying to hide by crouching down on the floor with her robe turned inside out. Tosaka has been repeatedly poking the Caster bundle with her foot. She hasn't so much as twitched the entire time. Caster has actually done a pretty remarkable job of disguising herself. Actually, go ahead and ask me now. I'll submit utterly to any request, so please direct your scorn at me rather than the garbage.
That's right. I didn't come all the way over here just to talk about garbage bags. I was hoping I could borrow Saber for a bit, but it looks like now's not a good time. Indeed, I cannot withdraw from the kitchen at this time. It is my sworn duty to protect this place. And I was going to let you sample the souvenirs I brought back too. Well then, Shiro, I leave the rest to you.
Geez, it didn't take much time to change her mind. Saber's eyes and mine silently meet.
I shall lure Rena away from here.
Yes. Please do. Alright, leave the rest to me.
Understood. So please make plenty of stew.
Roger. I'll take great pains to make at least 200%, 20% more than...
200% would have been great.
Yeah. 20% more than we planned to. I cut that complete transmission over and out.
I see. Then come to my room.
The two of them exit the kitchen one after the other. Once I've seen them leave. All clear, Caster.
A garbage bag. I have been called a witch before and an enchantress. Surely, but a garbage bag.
She trails off into sobs. You knew Caster was already viewed in this house as an enemy fortress, but has always viewed this house as an enemy fortress, but I didn't realize just how dangerous to her it really was. It seems her road to mastery in the kitchen is filled with hardships yet to come. Wallpaper added.
A garbage bag.
Oh, got a new nighttime scene. I'll blow my nose 1 second. Oh yeah, there were 2 rider options earlier, weren't there?
Yeah. To ask her to join. Basically,
Yeah.
kind of.
About the Holy Grail War. Wait, what? I've already seen this scene. Okay.
The violet snake laps up the blood. 3 a.m. Tonight, another one-sided slaughter has begun. As always, the stage is empty. Miyama's residents are fast asleep in their homes. The means change from one moment to the next. Skewed by enormous, nail-like daggers. Hanging from the streetlights, crushed by the coiling chains. Occasionally, she goes too far and tears them to pieces.
Okay, so I guess this is her helping fight off the threat on the 4th day.
On a whim, she catches one in her hand and crushes its head. There are a great variety of methods. Emulating a comic she recently read, she lifts a large vehicle and flattens them beneath it. By chance, there just happened to be one at a nearby construction site. While stopping to catch her breath, she considers whether to head back or to keep going. Her objective, if she remembers correctly, is to investigate this anomaly. The restarted Holy Grail War. In order to seek out the cause behind it, she's been running rampant through the streets at night. Her efforts yield some limited success. Another servant has been keeping watch in Shinto, but has never found any clues. However, there is one major difference between her and the other servants. The monsters prowling the city at night. No one should have noticed them until the final day, but she had perceived them right from the start. To root out whatever was behind them, she would sneak out of the house by herself and continue investigation one corpse at a time. There's no particular emotion driving her. When doing something out of no special interest, her body moves on its own. She becomes a machine without feeling, carrying out a predetermined task. Thus, she finds these moonlit hunts neither intriguing nor tedious, instead classifying it as an ordinary chore. A fruitless, unending endeavor. A task neither boring nor exciting, she will attempt it again and again until it yields results. Nevertheless, since when did the hunt itself become an anomaly? She wondered. She controls her ragged breathing. Her self-appointed duty was completed after about half an hour. No, it was more like she couldn't help but complete it. No matter how much she wants to investigate, there is no material left. A red sea of carnage. She cannot find anything to distinguish from that. There is nothing left to analyze. She needs to examine each of her prey diligently, down to their eye sockets, but there are none left. She controls her ragged breathing. Though indeed monsters, they are little more than trash when up against her. A mere 100 or 200 wouldn't even serve as a warm-up. And yet, she controls her ragged breathing. Letting out what seems like painted gasps, she decides to continue the investigation. One more. I'll just check one more. Persuading herself of this, she jumps to the next hunting ground. Hey, she's playing a gacha game basically. Just one more.
Yeah.
There is a horde of roughly 100 monsters. After examining tens of thousands of them, she knew that answers would not be found here, and yet she continues with this massacre in the name of research. Without feeling, she mechanically bathes in blood. Her breathing begins to quicken again. One more. I just want to examine one more. There's nothing wrong with that. After all, the only ones dying are monsters. There are countless more to kill, and this is something she has decided to do. So she doesn't feel like there's any problem or meaning in what she is doing. After all, they are the bad ones. If they didn't want to be killed, then they shouldn't have appeared. And yet, they gush out in huge numbers like insects, forcing her to take them on. She wants to be left alone, but she has no choice other than to oppose them. That's right. In the very beginning, she really didn't want to do this. But there were other things that were more important. That's why she kept her role to her role. Still, because it was just too unpleasant, she decided to become something like a living creature when she worked. A simple trap that kills people.
One of the sisters.
Medusa, where are you? Shouldn't you be back by now? She heard that after one of her countless tasks. Come, hurry home. Stano received a wonderful gift. I'll make a special exception today and share some with you. As always, she became a trap for the humans that try to take away her sisters by force. What an awful smell! Medusa, are you over there? They were not petrified. Those bodies were. Medusa? What are you doing over there? The hunched figure, slurping beep, flinched. I don't want to remember. Back then, her sister's eyes, which always radiated with joy, turned stark white with fear towards her. The feast in the name of her investigation continues. Each time she plays this part, her body grows more accustomed to its role. Her ferocity grows without end. These monsters, while stronger than humans, could never touch her. They are fodder, worthy only to be crushed underfoot. She feels her transmission shift gear by gear. From low to middle, middle to high. The only issue, if any, is that there is no limit to her gearbox. Meaning, the question is whether her chassis can withstand the ever-increasing RPM.
It's pronounced chassis. I know it looks like chassis, but...
Oh, chassis.
Yeah.
Why has she become so immersed in her role? It must be because the enemy is so weak, and the setting is so ideal that she has given such priority to this task despite herself, she thinks. After all, the town is empty. The people vanished at the stroke of midnight. Perhaps they were all killed by the monsters, or perhaps they never existed to begin with. It must be the latter. Those monsters are things that hunt down humans, but not once has she seen them kill anyone. They only act against those that are the same as them. These monsters only feel interest or hatred towards their fellow monsters. Huh? Hence, she is taken by surprise. With the monsters present, she thought there wouldn't be any people around. So, when a young woman appears, wandering aimlessly into the park, though she knew was a human with a single glance, she slices through the woman without any hesitation. Her regret and confusion fade immediately. This was always a ghost town. So what if a human wandered in by mistake? Even if she didn't kill her, the monster surely would have. So it is fine. That was a trivial, inconsequential mistake that won't happen again, she thinks with a sigh. It's not fine. No matter what you are, no matter what the circumstances, you have killed a human being. The dead woman's mouth proclaims her sin with a voice like a song. She stands up. Blood pours out from the open wound. She clutches her throat. Her ragged breaths beg for oxygen. The sight makes her dizzy with vertigo. Ah, what a sweet smell! The delicious red essence of life, which she couldn't find no matter where she looked or how many monsters she killed. You can't stand it anymore, can you? If you can't endure it any longer, then do as you please. After all, you attacked me, the human, first because that's what you wanted, right? That voice pierces her heart. That's right, there's still a flood of monsters. And yet she ignored those, which are her objects of investigation, and hurled her dagger at the girl. She shakes her head in denial. Her dirty hair sways like snakes. Desperately, she objects, claiming it was an accident, completely outside of her duty. Your duty? You mean that you want to know the cause of this anomaly? What a lie. You don't even care about what's going on in the city. Her heart is sliced through, its contents exposed. That's right, she doesn't give a damn about the peace of the city. This investigation is carried out only for the sake of her master. My, what a splendid servant. But is this really for her sake? Ugh. The air turns to poison, the woman approaches her step by step. Not with her legs, but with her words. Approaching not her body, but her heart. She's trying to knock down the last pillar remaining in her broken self. After repeating this for days on end, you must be tired of it all. I'll make this easy for you. Honestly, I'm sick of watching it as well. She throws her dagger towards the flapping lips. Her aim is perfect. It skewers the girl's tongue and splatters even more of her blood. But even then... Admit it, Medusa. The truth is, you hold a grudge. A grudge against humans. In truth, you are enjoying this. Enjoying killing people. You simply... don't need a reason at all. Though you say she's important, this is what is more important to you. The girl is standing. The purple snakes are gradually blackened by her gushing blood. Choosing to function as a machine won't change the weight of the lives you took. Even if you cast your eyes down, the lost lives will still linger. Keep living with that bottled up, and someday, you will lose sight of even yourself. Shh. She's an eyesore. No matter who this human is, she's just an eyesore. So she kills her until she shuts up. She cuts open the girl's warm stomach and tears out the entrails. She almost shouts out in joy. More than any human she had laid hands on before, taking out her anger on this girl feels so good. She continues to mutilate the girl's body from the stomach outwards until only the head is left. Surely, the chatter will stop now. Relief gushes through her body, and just when she feels a slight tinge of regret that she can't kill anymore. Now you understand. Return to where you belong, monster. At last, she realizes her true feelings. She has an unendurable desire to kill humans.
Ooh.
Once upon a time, there was a princess. One day, the people who had loved the princess started hating her, and they sent her off to an island far away. Compared to her glorious life up until then, the island was very empty. Frightened by the people who had gotten angry at her without reason, the princess prayed that no one would come to the island. Still, she was very, very lonely. She wept and wondered what she had done wrong. You always cry when you're left alone, don't you, Medusa? We cannot permit our family to disgrace us so. After a short time, her elder sisters arrived at the island. I don't care about you, Medusa, but I suppose we could use a servant. How wonderful! Although they were still loved by all, the princess's sisters moved there for her sake.
This kind of reminds me of the Circe event in FGO that they told her in Odysseus' backstory. With the
Yeah. The princess was not lonely anymore. Although the island still had nothing, she was happy because her sisters were there with her. The only things left to fear were humans.
kill the monster.
With great courage, they came to chase the princess away.
Snatch the goddesses away.
She could have borne it if that had been all, but then the people began to point their swords at her two sisters. To protect her sisters, the princess decided to take revenge. How wonderful! Yes, this time, she could just do to the humans as they had done to her. She killed many humans. After all, even if she tried to escape, the princess had nowhere to go but the island. I don't want anybody to come. I don't want anybody to come. She had always wanted to be left alone, in peace, with her sisters, but... Stop, Medusa. It was the foolish humans who sought us out. The blame for their death falls on their own heads. But you must not take pleasure in killing them. Yet still they came, one after another. Since there was no end to them, she started experimenting with new ways to eliminate them more quickly. When the trap she had devised proved effective, she found it a tad funny. The purpose of your mystic eyes is to warn people. They should never be used to sow terror. But it was only right that those who had done nothing but scold the princess thus far should come to fear her as well. Stop drinking that beep! You're starting to scare Uriel. No matter how infamous and fearsome she became, the humans kept approaching with boundless ferocity. The sisters continued to scold the princess. The princess felt too ashamed to show her body that changed shape a little, and she left the sisters she once dearly loved. In the end, she was alone again. Sad and lonely, she hungered for new sacrifices. Come to think of it, in the beginning, we were the sacrifices, she laughed, bathed in red. Ha! Ah! Ah! She swings her daggers with delight. Cackling with scorn, she tramples them beneath her. Without rest or respite, she continues running as if fleeing something. Ha. She feels giddy with each one she crushes. Giddy with disgust. Giddy with amusement. Before long, her captivation intensifies into wild passion. Before she realizes it, she was butchering the monsters in a frenzy. She doesn't want to think about anything, so she can't help but let her primal instincts take over and enjoy the hunt. The night continues, the slaughter continues. There are no living humans in the city at night. The only ones roaming about are the monsters. And she is broken. The more she kills, the heavier her body grows. The more she crushes, the more she forgets her own words. In a word, she is broken.
I assume she's making like grunting sounds or something here, because it's when it delays, like, when the arrow icon doesn't show up, that means it's auto advancing, and it's like supposed to be timed to dialogue, I assume.
She's probably making berserker sounds. Suddenly, she lowers her eyes. Her body is beginning to change, just like that time. Ooh, are we gonna see Gorgon?
Ooh, yeah, maybe.
She does not scream. Her boiling head cools at an impossible speed. Ah, of course this happened. There is no time for lamentations or ridicule. In that brief moment of absent-mindedness, she is stabbed without mercy. Or not. Monsters surrounded the wounded beast. The remains of her humanity are on the verge of death. Impaled by multiple claws, nothing is left of her body below her chest. She has been cut into fine pieces. What remains of the blackened monster can only last a few minutes more. Huh. Through her ragged breath, she looks at her bloody palms. Deep crimson red. She turns her claws, barely resembling human hands, to the monsters converging upon her. This corpse can still fight back. The creatures meekly decide to observe their new brethren as she dies out. Even breathing is difficult. Though she is already dying, her body continues to transform. Surely, it won't stop even if she dies. After what is left of the woman stops breathing, she will disappear and be reborn as a monstrous anti-hero with no trace of her original form. I already... She murmurs. Being still able to utter human words feels like some kind of lingering attachment, and it irritates her. Knew that... Dimly, she looks at her deforming hands. She has known all along. She had confessed it to him as well. That her form was only temporary, that her true nature was that of a hideous monster. She was destined for ruin. From the moment she consumed human beep, her end had been determined.
Okay, is it blood or semen? Like,
Probably both. It's all of the above. Day by day she grew. First her body crumpled, then her heart, and finally her very being decayed. And all she ever wanted was to become stronger in order to protect her sisters. But in the end, even her sisters were nothing more than nuisances, intruding upon her lair. The end of that chapter is unknown to her. At the time, she had neither eyes nor nose nor mouth. She had become a world only that crushed its prey. No, that had been violence committed by the monster in the first place. It had nothing to do with her before she changed. So it shouldn't be painful, but... that must have been it, she thought. Hey, we get to see your sisters this time with her. And at that thought, she feels a sudden urge to gouge at her eyes.
okay, actually, this is very interesting. This CG appears in Gorgon's interlude in FGO.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah. As far as I know, it's the only time a CG has ever been reused, like, from a previous game in FGO. I remember when I did Gorgon's interlude, it was like, wait, they actually have art here? There's no way they would suddenly start doing that now. Not for a 4-star servant, but it already existed, so... It's cool. Oh.
Sister, you are.
Got a clean version of it now.
New sacrifices appear before the monster of their own accord. Joining hands, they still their trembling legs and look up at the completely disfigured monster. No, what foolish sisters we were. I did not intend to have you protect us, but you looked like you were having so much fun, I couldn't help but become dependent on you. Said the eldest sister Steno in a gentle voice. Lovingly like always, she smiles at the monster. Speak for yourself, other me. Steno got desperate because she gives up too early, but I intended to protect my chastity forever. Grumbled the second sister Uriel. She curses and insults her monstrous sibling, but at times she looks at the she-beast with true sadness. That's wonderful. Then you must be happy now, aren't you, Uriel? We managed to remain pure right up until the end. Zeno grasped her sister's hands, her own hands tightly, seeking comfort from their fear, never abandoning that which they hold dear. Yeah, I don't like it, but this girl would have looked so silly if we didn't. We have to give it some meaning at least. The sacrifices think this to themselves. They were the ones who hated humans, and their younger sister had never borne men any ill will, yet it had come to this. The two sisters were loved by men and were destined to be violated by them day after day. The elder accepted it as fate, while the younger despised it, but both of them had given up. Yet the youngest sister protected them until the end. You protected us, but the Medusa who protected us is no longer here. So we, whom she protected, shall disappear as well. That which was lost shall never return. Steno, who had dreamed that the three of them would live forever on the island far away, closes her eyes and raises her head. Wow, it's already in front of me. Well then, goodbye, my cute Medusa. Since this is the end, I'll just let this slip, you know? We were the ones who admired you. The days have gone by shall never return. Uriel, who had believed that one day the three of them would escape the rustic temple and return home, smiles like she used to and raises her head. Stop. Stop, stop, stop! Countless snakes consume both sacrifices, without joy, without sadness. As though crushing ants, the monster grinds their sisters to a pulp. In this way, the immortal girls, retaining their form as beautiful sisters to the very end, while still alive, were absorbed into the monster. Consumed without a trace left behind, they became the monster's flesh and blood, and it continued to thrive. Thus became of the three Gorgon sisters. Thus the three goddesses banished into the shapeless isle became the monsters the people had rumored them to be. What did she love? What did she want? She had so little that was precious to her that she swore to protect them no matter what, and yet... Now that she is heading to her death, while she is being transformed, she can't even recall it. She can't stop the transformation. At this rate, she will turn into a monster and disappear. Everything will end with that. From now on, she will be summoned as a monster, not to protect humans, but to annihilate them. She can't stop the transformation. There is nothing to be done, nothing to care about. The swarm of creatures is like the band at a festival. They reveled with hatred in the birth of a new monster. Her consciousness wanes. She has a feeling that there is still something left to do, yet she can't quite seem to place it. As her life comes to a close, she quietly shuts her eyes. Who? She noticed an unfamiliar presence peering at her.
Ooh. Huh, you can see me? I see, you got turned into a monster too, huh?
Though it feels like she had never heard its voice before, the laughter sounds all too familiar. A smirking grin and sneering eyes. It irritates her considerably. Her sadistic heart starts to pound again. If her body was strong, she would have leaped forward and plucked its head right off.
Ah, nah, I see. Not quite. You're not something so clear-cut. Are you aware of what you are?
Aware? She isn't prepared for it, but she accepts the truth. This heroic spirit seat would no longer be Medusa's, but that of the monstrous Gorgon.
I see, quite astute of you. But it looks like you still don't know what it means to be a monster. Get it? A monster doesn't attack humans to live. It lives to attack humans. It's a slaughter mechanism that's completely antithetical to human society. It acts as a harmful toxin just by being there. That's what a monster is. Now, can you call yourself one? Can you still call yourself one?
She already knows that. From now on, she will embody that concept over and over again. Why ask that now? Since the beginning, Since the beginning, she has been a monster. A monster camouflaged in human intellect and appearance. If she would someday become such a monster, then her true nature must be the same. That's why it doesn't matter anymore. She roamed the city at night in search of blood and found herself indulging in slaughter. Such a monster would shed its skin to reveal its true colors someday, just like this.
Ha!
and yet it laughs. Heartfelt mirth. Heartfelt hatred. As if to scorn the woman who, by the minute, was turning into a hideous monster.
I'm telling you, that's not the same. Look, a monster isn't something that kills on instinct. It's something that kills with unsurpassed reason. Fully exploiting its overwhelming superiority over humans. Slaughtering without doubt or regret, and writhing in ecstasy during the act. Now that's a monster. Someone who just happens to start killing people is something different altogether. You're some half-baked killer that's neither the former nor the latter. You still have time to choose which one to become.
Her intellect wants to just fall apart into the abyss already, but stubbornly clings to the cliff's edge. She continues clutching pitifully at the earth, wishing for solid ground. What do you mean?
Don't you get it? One half of you craves blood, the other half cares about something else. Both sides are who you are. You can't deny either of them. It's not like some desires are inherently superior to others. Which is greater, which is more valuable. That changes depending on the occasion. The real question is, do you still have it?
Have what? The slightest bit of strength returns to her arm. She summons all her reserves in desperation. It is not enough to pull her out of the abyss. No matter how much she struggles, she will only disappear at this rate. Laughing, it looks down upon her.
Then I ask of you, servant rider. In your heart, is there any fragment of your desires left?
I have no desires, but there is something I truly wished for.
Return to where you belong. Wait. I think she's saying that.
Return to where you belong, monster. That's right. Even if she is still Medusa now, she can't save herself if she is to become Gorgon soon. From the start, there was never a way to save herself. She had no desires. No matter how happy days past were, if she would devour them all eventually, there'd be nothing left in her hands. However, even one such as she can still save someone. A servant is summoned to a master to whom its nature is similar. This is all the more so if the summoning catalyst is weak. Because her master had the same fate as her, she was summoned to that girl. A girl fated to turn to a monster. The victims turned aggressors formed a contract in this world as fellow monsters. That's why. She doesn't want her to end up the same. Although she can't change what she is, she can protect the girl who holds the same fate as herself. Her unfulfilled happiness. Her irredeemable sin. How deeply she loved that petty, foolish girl's desperate struggle to put on a brave face. Huh? She stares at her hands dumbfounded. Her transformation has halted, and she is fading away as her human self. Why?
Because you're not a monster. How embarrassing. Because you have the desire to help someone, you just barely managed to become a heroic spirit, a human being.
She can hear a voice from elsewhere. The speaker is near, but can no longer be seen.
Oh well, that's settled then. Your anguish will follow you for eternity, but as long as you have that wish, you won't turn into a monster. And for as long as that anguish follows you, you'll never come over to this side.
The presence fades. The shadow gives an all too friendly wave and disappears. Wait. You are... Coughing blood, she calls out to the figure.
What a persistent snake lady. You've got some impressive vitality, but just die quietly this time. And when you wake up, be sure to apologize to your master. It's kind of hypocritical coming from me, but master and servants have to get along.
Snickering, it finally disappears. In the end, she thinks it resembled a young man she knows very well. Ah, that's right. She heaves a deep sigh. She lowers her clinging arms. Really, I am always such an idiot. And this time her eyes finally close. Relieved that, rather than merely dying, she has recovered her wish, she murmurs. I'll be home soon, so wait for me. Sakura. Swearing a promise she could never keep, the beautiful figure vanishes from the earth.
Wallpaper added. Wallpaper. Nope, final night. Exit restart. Well, that was a sad loop for Ryder. Alright. Here we go again. Nothing. Nothing. Alright, I guess this is shopping with Ryder now. Just a very Ryder-focused stream today. I promised to go out with Ryder. The promise itself was for us to go shopping for clothes together with Sakura, but Ryder seemed reluctant to go. Ryder, got a minute?
Shiro? Oh, of course.
As I hear her typically cool reply, I open the door. Ryder has been idly resting in her room. Doesn't look like she has anything especially important to do. Great, are you free today, Ryder?
That is a difficult question. I dare say that there are no tasks for me today.
She's absorbed in her reading as always. It's a convenient time to invite her out. In that case, do you want to go shopping with Sakura? Well, I'll be going as well.
Me too?
She gives a dubious reply. Well, naturally, it's unusual for the three of us to go out shopping together. Yeah, look, didn't I make all those promises before?
I understand. Let me go check with Sakura first. Shiro, could you go wait by the entrance?
Like Sakura's servant that she is, Ryder stands up. Girls always have to make all kinds of preparations. I guess I'll just have to go ahead and wait for them. Somehow Ryder doesn't seem to be in a good mood. As I thought, she suspects something. During the promise that night, Ryder seemed disinterested to the very end. I feel a tinge of guilt for pushing her regardless. It's together with both Ryder and Sakura, huh? I wonder what somebody watching us would think. They would probably guess that Ryder is our guardian. Or maybe that Ryder and Sakura are friends, and I'm Sakura's older brother. I wonder about that. Sakura is taking a pretty long time to get ready. The phone in the living room rang, but somebody answered it before I could get up. I wonder if we should have just met in Shinto. I've been sitting by the door for a while now, checking the fold-out ads in the morning newspaper. Ryder was suddenly standing behind me. Startled to jump back. What's wrong, Ryder? Did you see an interesting ad?
Well, it is rather difficult to say, Shiro.
She speaks strangely. Is there some kind of trouble, or...
Ari-senpai?
A very flustered Sakura comes running out of the school comes running up in her school uniform. As I'm thinking, going to Shinto uniform? Well, it's not that strange. Among other things, she hastily puts on her shoes.
Sakura, the shoehorn. Thanks, Ryder. Sorry, Senpai. Some urgent business came up at the archery club, and I need to run to school, so... Sakura is saying that we cannot go shopping together.
Ryder adds as Sakura flies out the door. Just as she's leaving the house, Sakura turns back.
Senpai, please take care of Ryder for today. Alright, I'm off. Have a good trip. Watch out for traffic. Okay.
Sakura runs off in a big hurry. Since being appointed the captain of the archery club, she's become a lot more spirited. Before, she would have been really dejected about not being able to go. It's a very welcome change. Anyway, telling me to take care of Ryder. So it looks like you're left with me, Ryder. Silence is painful. Original plan was to go with both Sakura and Ryder. However, the crucial member, Sakura, has now gone missing. I don't want to exaggerate, but I'm not good at dealing with sudden accidents like these.
Seeing as she was in a hurry, I'd only offered to see her off, and did not have a chance to ask her about the two of us.
I'm wondering if this is really okay too. What to do? I'm a bit lost here. We stand by the door, utterly bewildered. There's definitely something off about just the two of us going shopping together. It doesn't even compare to going out with Ilya. Not even if it was someone like Saber. This is still weirder on a whole new level. Ryder, whom Sakura left in my care, just as confused.
What will we do, Shiro?
We can put off shopping until another day.
I think that would be fine as well.
However, after Sakura told me to take care of you, if we just spend all day eating snacks in front of the TV, you know how disappointed she'll be.
That is... Jeez, why wouldn't you go with Ryder Senpai? We've waited so long for a chance like this, so please escort us properly. Ryder's a girl too, so she needs to spread her wings in Shinto once in a while. Senpai, even though you always bother with Saber, you treat Ryder so coldly. Fine, fine. I guess I've misjudged you all along, Senpai. Ryder and I are just good-for-nothing outcasts to you. Figures.
It's what she'll say. That's not right. This is more than just disappointment. It's plain sulking.
I am personally fine with it, but...
Sorry, my bad. No, Sakura had a point. Ryder.
What?
Her gaze says as she looks at me. Well, time to gather up my courage. If it's alright with you, let's go together.
Just with me? What about Saber or Taiga?
Adding more people to our party now would be strange. Shaking her head, it looks like she's finally given up.
I understand. If that is your wish, Shiro, I shall accompany you.
It's decided then. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I am always prepared.
Somehow I think that's something only a naturally beautiful woman would say. You'd think that one would wear something more fashionable or bold for an outing like this, but then Ryder's problem is that she doesn't have anything like that.
What is the matter, Shiro? You seem worried.
It's nothing. Why don't we go to Mount Miyama Shopping District? No, how about Shinto? In my haste, our schedule has returned to a blank slate once again. Well, I'll take her out to Shinto, and I'm sure I'll think of something there. Now then, I notice this all the time, but Ryder attracts attention. It's somewhat different. It's a somewhat different matter than with Saber. Saber just has that charming air about her, but with Ryder, we're more likely to inspire looks of jealousy.
Cheeto, we have finally arrived, but do we have anything planned for today?
Hmm. I haven't thought that far ahead. At first, I'd only thought of going shopping with Sakura. Our first and foremost worry would be to make sure the three of us are enjoying ourselves together. Unfortunately, Ryder and I are a poor match for just having fun. Unless it's in the bathroom. I'm just the way I am, while Ryder thinks of Sakura first. How we would have fun together is beyond me.
The city is quite busy as always.
Ryder, but what about your hometown? It wouldn't be the same at all, would it? I can't even begin to imagine what the Mediterranean Sea was like during the Age of Gods.
Well then, we will only be getting in people's way. If we stand here, let us move, Cheeto.
I agree. Yeah, let's go over there. For now, there's still some time before lunch. It would be hard to find a way around during lunchtime, however, so first, let's have lunch while the crowds aren't too bad.
Understood. If you could recommend a place, I would gladly follow you, Shiro.
Even after being told that, I still don't know what to do. It figures that the pub I used to work at wouldn't be open, so I have no choice but to choose from the places I've heard about from Tosaka and Sakura.
Shiro, I am not as picky as Saber when it comes to food, so please relax.
Ryder easily says something that would make Saber indignant with rage if she ever were to overhear it. No, Saber isn't with us. A big relief. Oh hey, it's finally this background. We ordered the hot sandwich early lunch combo. I brought Ryder to this cafe doing our best not to stand out. Whether it's with Saber or Ryder, when we stand in line together, I just make her look even better. I already dread the inevitable. Hey, Emiya, who is that beauty with the super long hair you were together with during the weekend? A new girlfriend? And if you're going to call her my new girlfriend, just who is my old girlfriend supposed to be? No way. Would that be Fujine?
Up until now, it has certainly seemed that way. But saying so would be a disservice to Sakura, would it not?
How did Ryder answer that so precisely? I'm worried that I might have been seen through by those mystic eyes behind her glasses and blurted out something I shouldn't have.
In a setting like this, Sakura matches you better than I. However, for you to say that I do not suit you as well as Taiga makes it a matter of my personal honor.
A weakly sigh in response to Ryder's assertion. In her head, Ryder has constructed a hierarchy of people in my house, with Sakura at the top. The Ryder puts herself lower down. She doesn't seem too impressed with having Fujine above her. Fujine and I are like brother and sister. I guess it's that way to you too, Ryder. Suddenly, the image of an office lady cousin or sister and younger grade school brother. They imagine us as... Okay. Ryder casually looks around inside the cafe.
Is that so?
Her tone of voice says, though it isn't really clear.
Though I may not look it, I'm actually a younger sister. Are we gonna talk about the sisters again?
Ryder blurts out something incomprehensible. If I had a younger sister who was superior to me in every way like her, it'd be a real problem for me. Not because she's muscling in on Ilya's territory, but because I would have no idea how to deal with it.
Chiro, your face says that you would be troubled if I were your younger sister.
Well, you're pretty sharp, Ryder. Sorry. I reflect. Not on whether Ryder is like a sister right now, but on how immature I am. If Ryder says I'm a younger sister too, then that's the way it is. Ahem. So what should we do after this, Ryder? I don't think it was that unexpected of a question, but there's no response either.
What would you like to do, Shiro?
Me? Well, we were really supposed to be heading somewhere with Sakura. That would be... I remember, we were supposed to pick clothes up for you originally. She stiffened so much that even a passerby would notice. Back then, I recommended that she go shopping with Sakura as well, but Ryder was obstinate right to the end.
It is nice of you and Sakura to go out of your way for me, but I can pick my own clothes.
No, you could do that, but Sakura and I decided that we wanted to see you in different outfits. I tried putting on a downcast face that says, "Is it no good?" as I ask her. Even though I hang my head, Ryder's reply is cool.
I do not think you will get to see what you hoped for.
Sure I will. You're underestimating yourself, Ryder. It'll be fine. Some people are still cute even though they're tall.
I would not go so far as to say that. Sakura is definitely the cute one. I do not mind that.
How blunt. Looks like all I did was make her hate it even more. I play with my leftover sandwich and pickles, wondering what we should do. In that case, how about a movie, Ryder?
Well, I have watched a few. It is not something I do often, even on TV. Saber would probably like that kind of thing.
Sarah does spend a lot of time in front of the TV, but does that mean she likes it? Anyway, Ryder doesn't seem to be against the movies. Then, it's been a long time for me as well, so let's go see something.
Understood. Do you have any recommendations, Shiro?
It's decided. This will take a good amount of time. Even after I went through the trouble to come up here with Ryder. It's pathetic that we got bored so quickly. But wait. I just realized at this point, it might as well be a date. Oh. The movie theater has Fate Zero and
Zero?
Yep, and Tiger Dojo the movie.
Oh man, decisions.
The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure we had this exact same line of dialogue previously, but not with a graphic.
Mm-hmm.
It just says Tiger the movie there. Is that... I'm trying to see if I can actually make out any of the text. Oh, what am I doing? I assume the Fate Zero poster is like actually for the novel. It looks like there's English text there, like you normally see on this promotional stuff. Which one should we see? Ryder's expression says that she would be fine with either. It's up to me, so whichever one. There's no turning back now. Due to some graphic violence, viewer discretion is advised.
We can tell what he chose.
Taipu Moon.
Ha. 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 Wow, what a great movie this is. Yes, son, big trouble.
Oh my god, it's just a photo of a puppet.
I love it. She's not here. Oh no. Ne-san! Terrible news, Ne-san. Senpai died in the storehouse. Ah. How could this be? Even Ne-san got... Ugh. Erg. Ne-san, hang in there. Arg. Sakura. I screwed up. Those guys actually appeared. Take care of the company. Hold on, Ne-san. Your head. Don't speak. Right now, we need medical. Foo-foo-foo? Foo-foo-foo-foo. Who's there? What? What is this scene?
Oh my god.
I'm just in awe of this.
Yeah.
Eh? Another Ne-san. What sort of trick is this? With sunglasses too. Oh, looks like this Sakura is pretty pathetic. She's just like a stuffed doll. But Rin, this Sakura's a little more charming than the one I know. Rounder too. You said it. Clear. Clear. Well then, would you mind dying? What? Strange, this is strange. Could it be that this person isn't Ne-san? Yeah!
I wonder if these were ever actually on sale at any point.
Probably.
I succeeded in cyber summoning.
Seriously, what is this?
The real Tosaka Rin, but the mirror world is eroding.
Whoever came up with this scene must have had so much fun.
Yeah.
Wow. I love this movie.
Yes.
Good choice, Judo. Great choice. At this point, I can't tell what movie he chose. I thought it was going to be the Tiger Dojo, but this might be the other one.
Yeah.
Is this what would have happened if Rin summoned Saber?
I guess so.
Yep, this is the alternate timeline. Wow, look at them on their adventure. I wish I was that person who took pictures. That would have been so
Yeah.
fun. They had the best job.
It's still
Look
going.
at them posing in the forest. Wow, look, they even get food. A grand feast. Yo, there's even an onsen. Oh no, they're nude.
Yep. Beautiful to the point of being cruel. It's okay. They don't have nipples, so it's fine. They're just Barbie dolls. A super dimensional catastrophe. Wait.
Wow, they're in bed together too.
2005 winter. Tiger the movie.
That was just a trailer.
Get it now. Sleep tight, bloomer pillow. What a title literature site of. Not for sale.
Wow. Wait, what?
Wait, give me Zuka? What? And Len?
He's here too? Okay. I'm so moved. I unconsciously forgot all about the bad things in my life. I can't even remember the good things.
Hold on, I'm gonna see if that website is still up. No. I don't know what the heck this directed me to. Yeah. I'm sure that at one point that was a real website, but it seems to be gone now.
Aw. Yeah, on.
Wait, wait. This is like just a real ass movie theater.
It is. Oh, they're there too? Oh geez, even I, Kohaku, can't stop my tears. It's such a merciless take on love. Right, Hisui-chan? The movie's a masterpiece.
Hold on. The movie on the left. Wait, I'm trying to... Oh, wait, that's Neko Arc.
Okay, he did watch a Tiger Dojo. Oh, they're in there too. Well, it looks like Green got run over.
Yep.
I would have enjoyed.
It's kind of hard to comment on what we just watched. A 2-hour daydream or some sort of poor life choice. Even Ryder looks like she doesn't know what to say.
What kind of movie was that, Shiro?
Don't ask me. I honestly don't know. Wonder if it's alright to make a movie like that. No, is it okay to show such a movie? Wish the movie theater would be a little more conscious of the fact that it's expected to offer entertainment. Or rather, I'd like them to stop showing this right now before this is or there's a second or third victim.
No, but
I should be the one taking responsibility for choosing this to begin with. It's my fault for charging it to a worthless movie just because the show time was close.
do you think Taiga or Saber would have enjoyed it?
I wonder about that. I have a hunch Fujine would have been ecstatic. Why did two of us have to think about such difficult things after a movie? After waiting so long to come out to Shinto with Ryder, makes me a little sad that our date is going to end.
At any rate, I actually found it quite interesting.
Thanks for that. Oh, we still have time. It's still too early for the 3 o'clock tea break, though. Again, we have nothing to do. At this rate, we could wander around the seaside park and then hit the pool, but we didn't bring our swimsuits, and also I don't want to get demonetized again. Darn. I was checking the wiki to see if there was any information on the movie, but it probably might be buried deeper somewhere. Oh well.
Shiro, could I ask a favor?
Hmm?
After this, I would like to drop by that bookstore over there.
What Ryder is pointing to is Shinto's largest department store, Verde. If I remember correctly, Shinto's biggest bookstore is in there as well. That's right. It's been a while since I've been there. I think Ryder might be interested in a new book. Somehow this still resembles the date, right?
Ah, so this is already out. Hmm.
We walk around the bookstore together. So I'm wondering what book Ryder is looking for. We first look at the news section, then we go through the history, sports, monthly magazines, and so on. Ryder's really serious about looking for a book. I'm just casually paging through the magazines. But I'm more worried about the woman next to me. Well, what should I do now? The two of us pass by the fashion magazine corner, paying no attention to the colorful racks around us. As I thought, this is just wasted on me. What? Oh, trying on clothes, deciding what this or that fits Ryder. Well, that's difficult for me. When it comes to fashion, it definitely would have been better for Sakura or Tosaka were here.
Shiro?
Her voice startles me. A mysterious pair of eyes are gazing at me from the other side of the rack. Did she figure out what I was thinking? I waved my hands hurriedly in an attempt to distract her. No, it's nothing. Did you decide what you're going to buy?
Not yet. I would like some more time to choose. Is there anything you wanted to get, Shiro?
Don't ask me, because there really isn't. Ryder's just looking at books, but I feel like a nuisance by hovering around her this whole time. Now I'm just going to take a short walk. Let's wait for each other by the entrance.
Understood. Just give me 15 minutes.
I'm sure this is best for Ryder, too. Leave her behind to exit the store. I checked the directory to see what else Verde has. The upper floor is an amusement area, huh? After this, maybe we could check out the arcade upstairs. I'm not especially good at video games, but Ryder would probably be good at the physical games. Their motor skills and reflexes far exceed those of a human. No, wait. If Ryder goes all out, then they will turn into something absolutely ridiculous. It's no good. If Ryder does something crazy, I won't be able to make any excuses for it. In that case, we could try some coin-op games. It's not a bad idea, but it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't really fit. Men's fashion, ladies, culture, restaurants, and groceries and eat-in fast food are at the bottom. The women's fashion floor is in the middle, huh? If I bring Ryder there... I'd originally given up on the idea, but I'm having second thoughts now. We really should do something date-like for once. Just go home now would make it all be in vain. I've gone through all this trouble to be here together with Ryder, after all. Alright. I think about what to do as I head back to the bookstore. Since it's come to this, I'm taking drastic measures. Rather than making some half-assed explanation, I'll just drag her straight there. We have to rename the title of this stream to the Ryder episode.
It definitely is.
Yep.
Welcome back, Shiro. Did I keep you waiting?
No, I should be the one saying that. Well, come with me, Ryder.
Very well. Is there something you need to do, Shiro?
I'm not sure if it's something I need, something Sakura needs, or something you need. Anyway, you'll understand when we get there.
I do not quite understand, but are you trying to say, essentially, that it is a problem affecting all of us?
Yeah, you could say that. It's something I promised Sakura. Movement complete. Having successfully avoided saying anything to Ryder, we arrive at the ladies' floor.
What is this place?
What, you say? As you can see, it's the women's clothing and accessories section.
Were you plotting against me this whole time, Shiro?
A baseless attack on my reputation. It's impossible for me to pull off a gambit as risky as trying to deceive Ryder to begin with. I didn't trick you, I just didn't explain anything. Verbal persuasion might be Tosaka's specialty, but I'm useless at it.
Then, does it not make you a pupil of Tosaka-rin? That master would pass down such artifice to her student.
No, I don't think I've become that kind of student. Really. I gesture as I reply. Wonder if she believes me. Ryder grits her teeth as she glares at me.
Shiro, this is cowardice.
I think so too, but I don't think you would have come along if I didn't do this, Ryder. As soon as one even says the fa in fashion, Ryder refuses immediately. To put it frankly, my desire to see Ryder dress up outweighed my fear of her anger. Besides, I promised Sakura. Look, I look after Ryder today, she said. Just going to the fees and dropping by a bookstore hardly qualifies as fun, does it?
That is true. But this is a completely...
Either way, coming here to try out clothes was the whole point of our trip from the start. Although I had completely given up until just a little while ago. Even if Sakura were here, I have a feeling the scene would have played out the same way. And so, if I'm going to be looking after you, then I have no choice but to help you pick some new clothes. Sakura entrusted me with your care, after all.
That is some strange logic you're trying to convince me with.
This is more about sentiment than logic. Besides, I want to see what you look like in different outfits, Ryder. It's something I sort of have been thinking about for a while now. Just once I'd like to see her dressed up. Well, if you put it like that, Ryder is sure to respond with...
But Shiro, I am not...
That cute? It seems I've hit it right on as Ryder suddenly sinks into silence. It's not true, of course, but her inferiority complex isn't something that can be wiped out in one day. When it comes to this, Ryder is pretty stubborn. Recently, how should I put this? I've started to get the feeling that that aspect of her is pretty cute in and of itself. You just need to try on everything. First of all, anything looks good on you, Ryder. When she gives me that look, I feel guilty, like I'm bullying her. Speaking of which, it must look like I'm hitting on her or something. No, don't misunderstand, Ryder. It's not like I'm picking on you. It's more of a what would Sakura think situation. It may be for my own personal interest, but I would never do anything to make fun of you. I'd never do this just to make fun of you. Crap, even I don't understand what I'm saying anymore. I'm just going to screw myself over at this rate. An embarrassed Ryder. In that case, this calls for some truly extreme measures. Damn it. Anyway, just come with me. I seize Ryder's hand. I feel her soft palm. In my haste, I think I'm turning this into something it shouldn't be. This is bad. Ryder has such gentle hands, and they're unexpectedly tender. I wonder which one of us is blushing more. Once it dawned on me what I'm actually doing, I immediately took the lead to conceal my face and prevent Ryder herself from noticing.
Shiro.
Without looking back, I leap into the store in front of us. If the store clerk in front of us noticed anything strange, she stifled it with a smile. Did you see everything that went on back there?
Welcome. Is there anything I can help you with today?
I don't really need anything, that is, but mentally panicking while I speak to the clerk. I hadn't thought of anything to say. I don't think Ryder has any good-looking clothes.
Ryder? Be the customer over there?
That's right. It's not like she knows who that is just by the name. Yep, I nod. All I have to do is sit back and watch those two try on different outfits. I lift my head up in relief, knowing that the clerk will take care of everything after this. I thought that Ryder would be shooting me unhappy looks since I forcibly dragged her here, but...
That is correct.
Ryder, who has been so unhappy right until now, is smiling. Thinking that she's finally settled back into a good mood, I was about to breathe a sigh of relief when...
My boyfriend is saying that he would like you to make me look cuter.
What? Boyfriend? Not just a boy who's a friend, but my boyfriend? Would that be like saying my darling? No, Ryder and I are... Clerk keeps up her smile. Although I half tricked Ryder to get her to come here. Right now she's even smiling warmly at me. Why is it that I'm the only one that feels helpless even though the atmosphere has suddenly improved? No, she's like an older sister to me.
Shiro, Please do not say such cold things to me. Weren't you just telling me how cute and charming you think I am?
There's no lie in what she just said, but it sure has some undertones to it. It almost sounds like I sweet-talked her into this. She's very beautiful. Wait, oh no, it's the clerk.
She's very beautiful. I'm sure that not even a model could compare to the young lady here.
That's true. Anyone can see she's a real deal, but that's another matter. The fact is that Ryder and I aren't like that. In my panic, I vehemently deny everything. That is, I'd be really happy if I had someone like Ryder for a girlfriend. I'm afraid that'd be fretfully good luck. She really isn't my girlfriend. But here she is, twisting reality around and teasingly snuggling up against me.
Cute, right? He is so nice to me, but he is actually very shy.
Her whispers aren't directed at the clerk, but at me. In any case, I probably do look like I'm trying to cover up my shyness. It's more effective than even a noble phantasm. My heart is beating past its limits, and I've become right up to my ears.
Normally, he is so assertive when nobody's around. But in front of other people, he calls me his sister or his guardian. So cold of him. Therefore, I would really like to make him call me his adorable girlfriend for once.
Without thinking, I wildly look around as if scanning for enemies. I think I would start crying if anyone were watching this, but I can't help but hope that someone out there might give me a helping hand. No friends or enemies to be found. Meanwhile, up close, Ryder's lips melt into an elegant smile.
Say, Shido, will you not see how cute I am?
No, that would just lead to a pretty big misunderstanding.
I see. If words will not make it clear enough, I should just have to speak through my actions.
My feet are glued to the floor like toffee. Is Ryder seducing me? Wait, from the clerk's point of view, the one doing the seduction would have been me, so Ryder looks like she's just returning the favor.
In that case, we do have some lovely outfits from this year's fall and winter collections. Might you have any recommendations? Do you have something in this size? Yes, I think that style suits you perfectly, miss. In fact, you would probably do well in some of our important outfits.
I should take a deep breath now that the subject of attention has changed.
Judo?
I don't even get a chance to do that. At the sound of my name, my brain somehow responds. If she would just come out and say, "Forgive me, Shiro, it was all a joke," I would gladly give her a year's worth of gratitude. Heck, I'd build her a temple and offer her a sacrifice right there. No, look, I'm gonna wait here. No, I'll be outside.
That will not do.
She's blocked my only escape route. Stubborn. But I still feel like I can't get out of it by challenging Ryder. I can get out of it. What do you mean that will not do? I think it'll do just fine.
Were you not the one who promised to see whether I am cute or not? If you will not tell me, then I will not know how cute I am either.
What is she saying? The clerk over there has been trained to compliment you as much and as elaborately as you want. But now Ryder's actually clinging to my arm, if not just nuzzling up to me. It does make me kind of happy, but this can't end well.
Jiro, I have a suggestion.
What is it? I'll listen to whatever you have to say, but first, would you take your hand?
Picking out new clothes is fine, but I hear that fashion is best approached from the foundation. Would you help me out over there too, Shiro?
Foundation? Base of something? Filled with dread, I look at the direction as she's pointing. That's, bad. My legs begin trembling. Why am I frightened to the point of tears, you ask? Because she's telling me to go into the lingerie section. That's why. My body is assailed by a fit of shivering that turns my pores inside out. No way. No, I can't do that, Ryder.
Don't be so cold. You do not want to see me in my underwear? I guess I am not lovely after all.
That's not what I mean. You're pretty enough as it is. Jesus, I just blurted that out reflectively without even thinking. I've dug myself a hole so deep you could build a temple inside of it.
If you think I'm pretty, then by all means, come and help me choose, Shiro.
No. I'm a guy, and that's right in the middle of forbidden female territory. I'm telling you, I'll definitely be kicked out.
Of course not, sir. There are plenty of customers browsing the underwear section together with their significant other.
Is this damn store clerk with the worst timing tag teaming me with Ryder now? Speaking of which, do such men even exist? My highest possible respect for them, no joke.
See, there is a precedent for it after all. Shiro, do you want to see me?
The enchantress from the Age of God smiles innocently. This is unfair. There's no way I can go against that. One by one, my various internal restraints are coming loose. Should I admit that I really want to see her? My sense of reason will surely start melting away. The reckless excitement I feel about seeing Ryder is threatening to swallow me up, to the point that I doubt if I'll be able to go home. I'm at a loss for words. Ryder's hand is grasping my arm so affectionately. Even though her whispers are soft, her grip is quite firm.
The proof of the pudding is in the eating, as they say. Once you get a look at me, Shiro, it will all be clear.
And so she starts to drag me along. Even though I plant my feet and resist with all my might, she's so strong that I might as well resist being towed by a truck. No, really, just stop. Wait. Is it really okay with you, Ryder?
I do not mind, actually. I do not have much fashion sense when it comes to underwear, so I'll be grateful if you watched.
Just go for function over form. Even against my yells of protest, Ryder doesn't ease up at all. I'm being pulled straight into the lingerie section.
Of course, but in addition to that, you can add a personal taste to it, Shiro.
Eep! Don't speed it up. Wait! The land of lace and frills stretched out before me. I'm greeted by a world that dazzles the senses, and with Ryder at that.
Now, where should we start? There is so much to choose from that I feel a little lost.
No, I thought we'd get at least one outfit from her.
Yeah.
No, it's more like a hellish paradise. I don't really remember what happened after that. Anyway, all I'll say is that Ryder was incredible in many ways. It's going to be a rough night. I don't think I'll be getting any sleep. I'm worn out in more ways than one. As we were getting off the bus, Ryder had her usual cool expression on.
Shiro, this is just common advice, but I shall let you know that a cornered mouse will bite a cat. Keep pressing on like that, and your luck will end up in a catastrophe instead.
That really is how it turned out. I tried my best to get Ryder to try on some different clothes, but she turned the tables on me in the end.
Besides, women are not to be teased too much. I stopped there because I am me, but had it been Sakura or Rin, you can be sure that in retaliation would have been severe.
As we walk in line, I nod yes to each point of Ryder's sermon. Eventually, she did try a bunch of different clothes, but had gone into such useless state that we didn't end up buying anything. I think I just kept saying, yeah, okay, or something towards the end.
That is all. Thank you for taking care of me today.
Yeah. I noticed that it's evening and we've reached the road home. Like I promised Sakura, it was Ryder's companion for a day. I'm so glad you had some fun, Ryder. At first I wasn't sure how things would go. Not only did lunch go by uneventfully, the movie was pretty strange as well, and nothing good came out of forcing the situation at Verde. Still, if Ryder really had some fun firing back at me, then maybe it wasn't so bad after all.
Did you have fun, Shiro?
At hearing the question, I can't help but wonder. Rather than enjoying it in the end, and I worked my tail off accompanying her, but even then, I guess I could say that my answer wouldn't be much different than hers.
As for me, as long as you've enjoyed yourself, Shiro, I am satisfied.
An answer that considers the feelings of the other. Timidly, or just lack of confidence? No, it's more because we don't really know how to feel about all this. With a sigh, I think about Sakura. She should have been with us. Sakura would have had fun if she were here.
You think so?
A vague reply. I don't know, but if Sakura were here, I have a feeling that this peace and quiet right now on the familiar road home would have an entirely different feel to it. In a way, it's a bit of happiness that it's also hard to come by. Well, we're just about home. I wonder what I should tell Sakura.
Why not tell her the truth?
If we do something like that, I know I'll regret the anger and jealousy that's sure to follow. She said something like, "Next time, please look at me, senpai." I'd be in real big trouble. I'm just beef for today, as I sigh for the 1000th time.
Thank you for today, Shiro.
Huh? Wait, she just kissed me lightly on the forehead. What was that just now, Ryder?
Please calm down. If you make such a fuss, Saber and Sakura will pick up on it right away.
That's not what I meant. What a shocker. Touching my forehead, I sigh. If I did that, it would just seem conceited and unnatural. It probably only looked cool because she was the one doing it. Being beautiful sure is an advantage. You're beautiful even now, Ryder. Even if you were a guy, I think you'd be good looking enough to make me jealous.
Shiro, if you were a girl, I think you would be the noble type that nobody could leave alone, like Sakura.
She's patronizing me again. Ryder is without peer when it comes to that.
Welcome back, Ryder. How was today? Thank you for your hard work too, Senpai. Dinner is ready. We are finally home. I definitely had enough fun for the both of us, Sakura.
Wow, that was one long cutscene.
Though out of all the dates, I think it's my favorite because of that movie scene.
Yeah, definitely. Wow, I think with that we are completely out of events on the first 3 days. For now, anyway.
Day 4 is the best.
Alright, so we got Saber in the living room or something important at Ilya's mansion. What do you say?
We'll go for Saber. We'll just get rid of all the Emiya residents.
Yep. We just finished our lunch. As I relaxed with a cup of tea.
By the way, did anything interesting happen while I was gone?
All of a sudden, the question comes up. Not really. Wait, didn't Sakura's letter say anything about that?
All she wrote down was that you dictated to her, Emiya-kun, and in really exacting detail. She did write everyone's doing well here, but that had to be her just sugarcoating everything.
You see, whatever actually happens, Sakura wouldn't want Tosaka to worry. That consideration went into her letter. Looks like Tosaka knows about that too. Okay, how long has this event been sitting here? Because this should have been like right after she came back.
Yeah.
I mean, we do end up skipping day 4 a lot because of how things tend to go.
I heard that Sakura wasn't feeling well, but there wasn't anything about it in that letter, so I got to thinking about it.
Ah, I see. Sakura did catch a slight cold, but everyone else has been just fine. I've never seen Fujine come down with so much as a runny nose. That brings to mind the adage about how idiots can't catch colds, but rather than that, it's more like the discipline she subjects herself to every day, and it is on an entirely different level. So it seems like what you want to hear. It seems like you want to hear whether Saber or Ryder have been feeling unwell. I take it. Saber's doing great. Actually, she's as hale and hearty as a horse in clover.
And do she and Sakura have appetites befitting the season?
Both of them eat so much, I wonder whether they're geared up to hibernate during the winter. As the one who has to prepare the food for them, it's quite troubling. Well, even I am bound to have times when I worry about how much rice I have to cook.
No matter how much of a dragon-type element Saber has, I don't think she'd retreat into her den and hibernate over the winter.
Dragon type? She's a Pokemon? She used that term. She's used a term I've never heard before, and it brings a puzzled frown to my face.
Huh? Emiya-kun, you don't know? One of Saber's most important elements is the highest of the illusionary types, the dragon type.
No, that I know. Saber is similar to a dragon in some ways, right? Actually, you could say that's the only thing I know.
Emiya-kun, when you hear the word dragon, what comes to mind?
Ugh. Out of all the creatures in fantasy, the dragon is undoubtedly the one at the top, or so I've heard. One thing for sure, it's not something a human can fight against. The king of all animals. Dragons have eyes kind of like a lizard's, whiskers and tusks. They can breathe fire and fly, and they demand the sacrifices of young maidens, that sort of thing.
It'd be quite amusing if Saber was really like that.
I can't deny that. Oops, oh wait. I can certainly imagine Saber spitting out flames whenever Fujine tries to snatch her afternoon snacks.
So they're still at it, I see. I should do an elementary analysis on Fujimura-sensei sometime. It wouldn't surprise me if she were part fairy.
She's also a Pokemon?
Yeah, I guess so.
Were she actually to do that, I don't think it'd be brave enough to look at the results. Back to the main topic. Oh, and dragons also hoard gold and shiny objects.
So the treasure hoards in dragons' lairs is what lead them to be classified as illusionary. But do you recall Saber ever saving up anything?
I'm not sure. She does seem to be into personal health and household I don't know why I can't say this word. Economizing. So I feel like that might fall in line with her interests. But even if she has that in her disposition, I doubt she'd bother to actually start saving. Besides that, living 1,000 years in the sea, 1,000 years in the mountains, swimming in the Yangtze River to leap up the Dragon Gate.
Rising, a dragon will appear. Is it an oriental dragon this time?
A king of beasts and god of beasts isn't quite the same thing, is it? Other legends of dragons, let me think.
Saber does have 5 claws, being a king and all.
I was about to say that. 5 dragon claws were the symbol of the emperor in many Chinese dynasties, after all. What else? Oh yeah. This one concerns the Oriental version too. It says that every dragon has one special Gekirin scale. There's always a single scale growing backwards on the dragon's body. Legend says that if you happen to touch it, no matter how gentle the dragon may be, it will lose itself in rage.
Why? Do you suppose Saber has one of those as well?
I lived down by her all-too-quick reply. Holding the teacup in my hands, I keep staring at Tosaka.
Seeing how well she fared with regards to all the positive qualities, there's no way she's gotten off without inheriting something like a Gekirin.
I've never heard this word before. I've heard of the reversed scale thing. Oh wait, actually, that's what we collect in FGO, isn't it?
Is that the specific scale?
Hold on a sec. Dragon scale.
Also, I thought this was gonna be like talking to Saber. I mean, it's still Saber themed, I guess, for this event or this scene.
Yeah, Dragon's reverse scale is the name of the item.
Oh yeah, that is then.
Yep. Let me plug its Japanese name to Google Translate. Yeah, Ryo no Gekirin. Huh.
It's nothing like an Achilles heel, but it does restore some sense of balance, doesn't it?
And Achilles heel is a weakness, right? No matter how you look at it, a Gekirin is more like a fault or a defect of sorts.
Faults, weakness, and defects are all the same. What I'm asking about isn't Saber's individual balance, but the overall balance of nature. If a being that is flawless and eternally invincible is allowed to exist, the cycle will grind to a halt. A being stronger than anyone else will surely have a flaw that is worse than everyone else's.
I get it. Let's see, for example, someone who can master just about everything but will stumble upon the very last hurdle, making a big mess.
Hey, why are you being quiet all of a sudden? Do you have something to say?
No, not not really. I was just thinking that you sure did well breaking it all down. That aside, a Gekirin, huh? Does Saber really have one? If she does, and I just happened to brush against it in public.
What?
Is that what would happen? It's one of those ride-on things. It's got a wheel.
I love it.
Uh-oh. Somehow it looks kind of fun.
What's the matter, Emiya-kun? Daydreaming? What? Did something interesting cross your mind?
No, not really. Nothing like that. I cover it up by drinking some tea. This is bad. Real bad. I've been corrupted by Tosaka's malice, finding ways to tease and make fun of Saber. What was I thinking?
You're acting way strange today.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just my personal observation, so you don't have to worry even a tiny bit about it, okay? I'll be your backstage support and give you a little push.
So what's that all about?
Beats me.
Tosaka feigns ignorance as she stands up.
Well then, do excuse me. It's really none of my business, but I do have some sympathy for you, Emiya-kun. You are a master, therefore you have to manage your servant properly. If you come upon something that could possibly invite trouble, then you have to check it out no matter how unappealing it may be. See ya!
Tosaka disappears into the hallway with a spring in her steps. Master's duty, is it? was only a bit curious about this Gekirine business, but she's right. Perhaps I should investigate it a little further.
Shiro, are you heading back to your room?
Huh? Saber? A great timing. Speak of the devil, Saber. A single scale growing backwards. Gekirine. So somewhere around her, there's a spot which will land me in hot soup if I touch it. I think I know what it is.
This strand of hair.
Yep. It's gotta be your Hoge.
Is something the matter? You look rather pale.
Sorry, I was just thinking. Can't. It's gone into my head, so it's no use putting the brakes on it now. Does Saber have a Gekirine? And what is it really? I can't let it go until I find out. Saber, can I borrow you for a sec?
Yes, Shiro?
Your collar's a bit crooked. I reach for Saber's neck. My fingers gently touch the silky white skin.
Shiro?
Don't move, it's all wrong. Saying that, I caress Saber's neck. I can't feel anything out of place with my fingers. They say that the Gekirine grows on the underside of the dragon's chin, but I guess it's not there.
You're acting way strange today.
Today, duty day. I refrain from any further remarks.
Shiro. My collar.
Just a little more. Your ribbon is also a bit off. Using straightening her already straight ribbon as an excuse, I touch her nape. I gently brush the loosely hanging hair behind her neck, and my heartbeat rises for no apparent reason. I'm just looking for Saber's Gekirine, so I don't have to feel guilty, do I? Sorry, teacher. There's no Gekirine in sight, and my sanity won't hold much longer either.
Oh. Then you shall aim for her back. When a besieged castle refuses to surrender, call in the heavy artillery.
Wow. She anticipated this way ahead of time. Eternal gratitude to you, oh Grandmaster Shurin.
Shiro, you can't. That place.
Get closer to her and graze at her standing hair with my face. This thing's in my way. I touch her back. I calmly brush it aside. Huh? For some reason, I'm lying on my back, facing upwards.
Oh no, are you alright, Shiro?
I silently assess the damage. Having landed the right way, there are no injuries.
I am very sorry. I instinctively...
Were you the one who tossed me?
Yes, I held your wrist and tossed you away with all my strength, much as how Lancer does it.
I see it now. It was a 6-meter mega glide from the veranda to down here.
I should have informed you earlier. I've ceaselessly allowed an old habit to surface and caused you to get hurt.
I'm alright. I began being touched by a man. She became embarrassed and flung me away. No, that's not it. The moment I brushed that one strand of hair aside, it was instantly hurled away as if activating a conditioned reflex.
Are you able to stand? Let me help.
I'm fine. You said you should have... Ouch. Told me something. What is it?
It is about the strand of hair jutting out of my head.
It is. You okay? You don't like that to be touched? Saber nods deeply. I've taken a fancy to that strand of hair since long ago, but it looks like it's important to her as well.
It is a rather long story.
Alright, let's go back to the veranda. Ouch, landing on hard ground is no easy experience.
This story goes back to before I united all of Britain. During that time, I was engaged in battles against various lords who were opposed to my enthronement as king. With the good advice of my old man, Merlin, my teacher, and the divine protection of the Lady of the Lake, I went from one battlefield to the next, accompanied by brave, loyal knights, all for the sake of the country and its people. I fought against 11 other kings, but in reality, they were all forced to kneel before another powerful monarch. His name was King Rience. Together with his younger brother, Nero, the powerful king assumed lordship over the northern land.
I'm going to assume that's a different Nero than the one we know.
Yeah.
I know this story. I don't. Is it the one about the famous King Rience and his robe?
King Rience's messenger arrived at my castle and declared haughtily,
The great King Rience has conquered 11 kings, exacted oaths of fealty to them, cut their beards and used them as decorations for his robe.
as one does.
With the last beard, his robe will be complete. King Arthur, hand over your beard and swear undying loyalty to the king, or else you shall perish and your entire kingdom shall be destroyed. As I thought. Yeah, that's not going to work. Saber can't grow a beard, you see.
This was my reply to the messenger. I regret to say that I have neither a beard in my possession, nor a knee that would bend in King Rience's presence. In fact, soon enough, King Rience shall bow to me, and it will not be just the beard, but his head that shall be separated from his person.
Yep, that's definitely Saber. After being told off like that, King Rience would have no choice but to return quietly.
King Rience was incensed when he heard my reply. And after having my appearance described to him by the messenger, he sent him back with the pompous reply.
How haughty you are, O King Arthur. Now I shall shave off the hair standing on your head, and use it to adorn my robe. Hold on, is this just the beard he was after? Wait a second, that hair, don't tell me he was referring to that strand of hair.
Obviously, is there anything else King Rience could possibly want? Cheeto, please do not interrupt my story with trivial questions. This is where things get interesting.
Okay, sorry, I was distracted.
That is fine. Well then, after that, a part of our battle became a fight to see whether I could defend my hair or not. Since then, my opponents have always provoked me by sneering at my strand of hair, threatening to cut it off, tie a knot with it, decorate it with a ribbon, or even plant a flower on top. Consequently, I had a duty to guard my strand of hair well for the sake of my country. The battles were long and fierce, but I ended them with a dignified victory. Ever since then, my hair has become a symbol of my kingdom's prestige. It was as important as my life itself, yes. Even the queen herself was not permitted to touch this strand of hair. That's how it was.
I had no idea the Ahoge had so much lore behind it.
Same.
And when she's an altar, she doesn't have it, very interestingly enough.
I guess that's what happened when she lost the fight. She lost her Ahoge and became an altar. Do you understand now, Shiro? Because of that, I would like you not to touch my hair. Ahem.
Saber says so proudly. Let me see. I was tossed into the air and landed unconscious just now, right?
Shiro, what is the matter?
Well then, one question. The battles ended with your victory, right? If so, did you get even by shaving off King Rias's beard?
He was taken prisoner. I wanted to chop off his head, but I was stopped by my teacher. Repaying malice with malice will only deepen the hatred. You should not demand a head for a head, or a beard for a beard. Therefore, I did as my teacher said.
As your teacher said?
We used the magic hair growth formula on King Ariance's sideburns and mustache. His younger brother Nero was let off after having his eyebrows connected to one. Okay, unibrow.
Yeah.
We made sure he would remember the price of his boast every time he looked into a mirror.
You can call it a bloodless victory, but it is still a very childish solution. Poor King Rias and his brother Nero must have been made to laughingstocks for the rest of their lives. I see. I didn't know there was such a deep history to that strand of hair of yours.
Yes, so my humble apologies for that. Brief outbreak of an old habit just now.
Don't worry about it. I'm the one at fault here anyway. I mean, it's my mistake for carelessly intruding on such a history-laden sensitive spot.
Thank you for your understanding. You can also say that a woman's hair is a symbol of her magic powers. If it is stolen from her due to her carelessness, it is sometimes used as an amulet for curses. A curse on the king brings calamities to the kingdom. Consequently, you can say that this piece of hair is doubly important.
I see. This is grave indeed. Wait a second. That's where Sarah's weakness is, and don't tell me that...
Jiro?
Hearing my name being called, I look up. Huh? Why does Saber look so grim?
You were kind enough to straighten my ribbon for me, but I do wonder, why would you feel the need to stroke my neck repeatedly as you did so?
So that wasn't a very good excuse, was it?
Going as far as the nape. Shiro, what on earth could be the reasoning behind your actions?
Nothing really, Saber. My hand slipped a bit, that's all. Well, it wasn't really my hand, but my morals that slipped first.
Oh really? Shiro, does that mean you would simply stroke around a girl's neck as if it were nothing at all?
No, really, there's nothing to it. Oh yeah, I'll bring some snacks and tea over, so just make yourself comfortable here.
Please wait. Shiro, I would like to ask you to please look at me in the eyes one more time and answer my question.
I have a foreboding of certain doom. Don't tell me that Saber's immune to the allure of afternoon snacks.
Shiro, you are averting your eyes and being very quiet. I cannot help but develop some deep suspicions. Now answer. Why did you do such a thing? Do tell.
The intimidating atmosphere, having developed a tinge of bloodlust, is threatening to suffocate me. Ugh, looks like I'm stuck. Oh, Master Shurin, I do not know what to do. I do not think I can escape even if I tried. Looks like I have to answer her honestly. I was looking for a Gekirin.
Gekirin?
Seeing as you're a dragon type, I thought you might have that one scale on your body that grows backwards. A steal glance at Saber. Ugh, an icy look.
I see. A scale, is it?
Ugh, an icy cold voice. That's right. Legend says that if one touches it, the dragon will fly into a rage. Feeling awkward, I try to avert my gaze, but I can't. I think I see sparks fly off her any moment now. Here she comes.
Cheeto?
Yes.
Who do you think I am? To catch me, a knight, and a swordsman, you check for a skill. There's a limit to how rude you can be. During those days, I would throw down the gauntlet and duel the one who dares to humiliate me in such a way.
Her body is shaking. She's mad. Mad like never before.
Besides, how could you possibly mistake me for a dragon? Yes, I inherited the element of a dragon, but to treat me as one, I cannot believe you would be so ignorant. Making such a mistake as a master, you are pathetic.
A storm rages on. Alas, so this is how I'll meet my end. Killed while being scolded? Dizziness assails me.
Do not give up, Emiadono. There is still a chance for survival.
No way. I'm still seeing those nasty illusions even now.
Finally, what on earth possessed you to start amusing yourself by looking for others' peculiarities? Such improper behavior is completely out of line.
A sudden
Sudden transformation after being touched. Do you really think that there is such a dark side to me? I do not hide my personality at all. You should know that very well, Shiro.
Sarah's tension keeps rising with no limit in sight. At this rate, I won't be long before I'm kneeling for 10 hours straight, forced to prepare a Manchuhan Imperial feast, the grandest meal taken over 3 days and 3 nights for all attendees at once. Ooh, do you have a way out of this bind, O Grandmaster?
The enemy is pushing forward recklessly, neglecting to guard the rear. Sun Tzu once said, during battles, use the orthodox to engage, but use the extraordinary to attain victory. Basically, if you want to defeat her, you must make her stronger for a while, okay?
Eh? Wait, Grandmaster. No, you're the reason I'm behind this mess.
Shiro, are you listening?
Yes.
If you are listening, then I want you to correct your statement. That you made a mistake by assuming such a skill ever grew in my body. And that I possess no such dark side. Say it. That you will never aspire to such delusions ever again. An opening! You are far too preoccupied with Emiya-kun's saber. Ho ho ho! Your back was wide open, hilariously so. Rin? What are you doing? There's a limit even to pranks. Nope. That won't do. Emiya-kun, this is your last chance. Well, I do wonder where Saber's Gekirin could lie.
Ah, I see. Urgekurin is her weakness. So I just have to imagine a monkey being exhausted after having its tail caught. Nice Dragon Ball reference. Needless to say, Saber's Gekirin is... The next instant, I stretch out my hand.
No. Don't do it, Cheeto. Go, go. I'd love to see a weakened Saber.
Encouraged by the irresponsible cheer, my left hand grasps victory.
Ugh.
I firmly seize the golden strand of hair. At that moment, an ominous chill courses through my body as if the entire house turned into a freezer. No, this is no mere chill. This is the sound of Excalibur being released. Saber?
Yeah? Saber?
The commoners are being blown away. God was here. He made sure to deliver divine punishment and departed like the wind. Ouch. I gingerly lift my body. Thanks to Tosaka's mischief, I was flung into the air again.
It hurts. I actually hit my back. Ugh, that was horrible. What did I do to deserve this?
How could you possibly ask that with a straight face? You definitely reaped what you sowed. And successfully tricked me into becoming your accomplice.
What? We did achieve our goal in the end, didn't we? From what happened, we know without a doubt that Saber's Gekiden is that curly strand of hair.
That's how it ended up being. Saber vehemently denied having anything like a Gekirine or flying off the handle because of it, but it turned out to be exactly that.
Looks like it is far from being a weakness, though. Or rather, it may seem like a fault to the individual, but to the opponents like us, it is the worst strength ever.
Saber actually blew both of us away indiscriminately.
That's okay. One reason why Saber's the best in her class is the ability to remain calm. Getting angered easily means more openings for the enemy to attack.
Yeah, it looks like she's itching to take Saber head on. See, so that's why you wear red, Tosaka.
Do you gain anything by me wearing red?
It's not so much me gaining as you losing. By the way, I thought Saber would have charged towards us by now, but she's being pretty calm.
Now that you mention it, I thought she would definitely come after you in rage. Well, you just touched it, right? I wonder if her Gekiden only activates for an instant.
That'd be fortunate of us. It's great that we found the spot we were looking for, but I don't think I can bear with her raging for the entire day just because her hair was touched. She'd be switched from Saber to Berserker class. And ironically, her Berserker form in FGO actually has an Ahoge. You're absolutely right. Saber being mad the whole time. I can't imagine it. If such a king exists, then I really pity the people working for him.
Since we got our answer, let's go back. I bet Saber is still angry. We better apologize to her.
Oh, yeah, Tosaka, we'll do it together.
Alright, I get it. I understand the situation perfectly.
Her rage must have subsided, but her feelings are still hurt, I'm sure. I have to make an honest apology and swear not to touch Saber's curly hair in jest ever again. Hey, Saber? I call out to her. Saber responds calmly.
Feeling, yep, she transformed. Shiro, is something the matter?
Huh? Her dark side is... The corridor distorts around her. A suppressed killing intent. Her Gekirine-induced rage, mistakenly assumed to be her weakness, has subsided. But her Saber ended up undergoing a total killer-style transformation. She icily glares at the prey which foolishly returned to the lion's den. Saber?
Saber?
We shudder in utter fear. Saber does not twitch a single muscle. Her doll-like pretty face has turned into something extremely terrifying. Tosaka, I pass. I can't do it anymore. I really don't know what to do.
Hey, that's cheating, Emiya. Emiya-kun, you're the one saying we should apologize together.
Prey goes around in circles. Finally, after seeing the Tosaka shield deployed, Emiya's shield deployed cycle repeats for the nth time. The lion gets fed up with our antics.
Shiro, Rin.
Dark Saber steps in with no hesitation.
Eek! I am gonna get eaten. I am so sorry, Saber. I took the joke too far.
Using Emiya as a shield, Tosaka flees Saber's view.
You are annoying, Rin. Did something happen to justify such a racket? Eh?
Saber sounds completely indifferent. The prey exchanges stupefied looks. Saber, about what happened just now.
I do not remember anything, Shiro. Do not ask me about it.
She answers plainly. It's difficult to comprehend, but Saber is not angry in the slightest, or is she?
Saber, can I ask you something? What happened to your usual violence or the usual color? Are you saying there's something wrong with me? No, nope, not at all. Not the slightest bit out of place. You are the usual Saber. Isn't that right, Emiya-kun?
I frantically nod in agreement.
Then there is nothing to discuss. Let us eat now. I shall change. Rin, provide a change of clothes for me. Okay. Will my clothing be acceptable? I like your attire, but I shall have some variety today.
Tosaka energetically shows Saber the way while making sure to maintain a healthy distance between them.
Emiya-kun, I'll buy some time somehow. Just take care of the lunch, please. Give it your all right?
You have my word. Our lives are at stake here.
Rin? Yes, ma'am. I'll be there in a flash.
Weeping Tosaka assumes the role of Saber's guide. I'm counting on you. No matter how much time I have, I will never be able to cook a meal that would fully satisfy Saber. But not even Tosaka can keep stretching her patience for more than 30 minutes. According to a Japanese legend, it was alcohol that an 8-headed snake, Yamato no Orochi, was eventually appeased with. Yeah, that's right. Meat, alcohol, and money are what's always been used to on those guys since ancient times. This has somehow fired me up. So my cooking will be used to calm down an angry giant dragon. The true worth of my cooking, the skills that I've honed over the 10 years, everything's being put to the test. Ooh.
Wow, she actually gets a different outfit.
Yeah.
That's cute. It tastes horrible, Shiro. It took less than half a day for your abilities to disintegrate.
So I guess this was kind of the basis for her ascensions, or one of them anyway. That was way too harsh. I don't know what's worse. That my 10 years of cooking experience had just been dismissed with a single bite, or that the one who did it was Saber, who always eats with a beaming smile. Saber of all.
Emiya-kun, you're crying. I understand how you feel, but now's not the time. We need to do something fast.
Oh, leave me alone. Do you have any idea how wonderful the time I spent eating with Saber was? Spare me some sympathy.
It's true. I have no idea. Alright, sheesh. Just cry all you want. Rin, that shoddy food that you never make right. Show it to Shiro. The king's command is head.
Yeah. The king's command is heard from the living room.
You don't mean that? Obviously, with lots of mustard.
Wait, what's she making that has mustard on it? Just like, what is that? You can actually make something that Saber likes more than my seafood hot pot?
There's no way she'd like it. Well, I'll teach you the recipe, seeing as that's what she desires. I'm sure you'll have no trouble at all making it.
Tosaka opens the refrigerator with a disapproving look on her face. The ingredients are ground beef, lettuce, tomatoes, cheese, ketchup, and mustard. Oh, okay, it's a hamburger. That makes sense now. Okay, don't tell me it's, dirt cheap, simple food that fills one's stomach and nothing else. On top of the one of the top 3 contenders on the list of crude food that Saber hates the most is none other than
Munch munch.
a powerful rhythm echoes around the living room. Oh my god. That face.
That face.
I'm remembering now, Saber Alter's Valentine's gift is a chocolate hamburger. I made that exactly as instructed by Tosaka. Saber does not say anything, but there's an extremely satisfied look on her face. Is that what they mean by takes a king to no one? Her Majesty Saber is eating the king of junk food, a hamburger, as if it were a mere snack.
Munch 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 munch.
The refrigerator is almost empty now. Grasping the gravity of the situation immediately, Tosaka brings out her bicycle for a provisioning run. Ooh, is this the punishment for playing along with the devil? Had Tosaka not said those words, surely this wouldn't have. Still weeping, I continue to make hamburgers. I'm glad that Saber's eating my cooking happily, but why hamburgers of all things? Sob.
0 seconds. I want a value meal next.
I love that it's
Now
animated.
some chicken nuggets. Nom nom nom.
Really is like Saber to have such a vocabulary stick in her mind. One value meal coming right up. I need to smile even as I'm needing the meat. An hour passes. Until Saber is full, lunch does not end. And a smiles-free policy remains in force at Mikamiya's. Wallpaper added.
Oh, that's gonna be a fun wallpaper.
Alright. Okay, so we're in at the station front or we're in at home?
You know, Emmy has to leave at this point. He just spent his entire morning cooking for Saber.
Let's take a look around here. I stop at the electronics store. On a whim, I find myself wanting to check out the latest appliances. They're getting bigger and thinner all the time. A television with a particularly large screen catches my eye. One of these in our house would feel awfully out of place, wouldn't it? It's true that we have a lot of people, but none of them are big TV watchers. There's an even bigger problem than it being out of place, though. I won't be able to get inside one of these. TVs being high voltage appliances, picking a broken one up to fix myself is just too dangerous. This is the one thing I have no choice other than to buy new. And speaking of new stuff, we could use one of these as well. The VCR we have right now is so outdated, it's practically a historic artifact. It's not as though we've ever had a need for one so far, but I'd like to get a DVD recorder to poke around inside of too. DVD recorders are quite rare because DVDs aren't rewritable like VHSs are.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, if it isn't Emiya-kun, what are you doing around here?
Hey, Tosaka, what the heck brings you here? Electronics store is the last place I'd expect to run into this girl. If we're an antique furniture store or something, that would be more understandable somehow. Huh, so you're thinking of upgrading too, Tosaka?
What are you talking about? I happened to see you over here, so I called out to you, that's all.
Really? Yeah, I guess so. Of the products for sale here, anything more complicated than a vacuum cleaner seems like it would be way out of Tosaka's range. I seem to recall that I know someone who's unable to use any device with more than 10 buttons on it. By the way, that someone is Tosaka.
Emiya-kun, you weren't thinking of any rude comments just now, were you?
Maybe just a bit. Come on, Tosaka. Everyone knows that you're...
Hopeless with machines. Is that what you were about to say?
Not hopeless exactly, but more like you don't use them much in the first place. In fact, you go so far out of your way to avoid them, it's almost like you're allergic. When it comes to machines, Sakura... she's mad. That's just how humans are. You don't know... Sorry. Allergies, hold on. That's just how humans are. You don't know if speaking the truth to someone will result in joy or anger.
So that's how you see me, Shiro.
What does it matter? You're able to handle pretty much anything else with ease. A single flaw like that is nothing to sneeze at. Actually, speaking of fatal flaws, she's got another glaring one that comes to mind, but I don't dare speak it out loud.
Suppose I should thank you for that. But having not a single weakness is my family's ideal. I can't just go, oh, I'm no good with these things and avoid them forever.
I see. So having resolved that, you came here today in pursuit of knowledge. Is that it?
We can talk about that later. I came here for a look after speaking with Ayako. I figured I'd better start by getting familiar with the cutting-edge models.
Mitsuzuri would definitely know a lot more about home electronics than me. She used to be the captain of the archery club, and she certainly has the air of a martial artist about her, but contrary to that old-fashioned image, Mitsuzuri does keep up to date with the latest in game centers and such. That the subject of the conversation fails to turn to, Emiya doesn't do that, though, is somewhat annoying. According to the archery club members, she could spend all night long playing simple repetitive games. So you came here to study up before the lesson, your lesson with Mitsuzuri, huh?
Well, something like that. I wouldn't like it if people started seeing me as an old-fashioned or antique type of woman after all. It's not as though I'm living in the 19th century and I'm no Luddite, you know? Hey, that thing over there, that's an LCD screen, right?
The Tosaka is pointing to, it's the very same big screen liquid crystal TV I was looking at before. Good going, Tosaka. You sure got that one right. I wonder if she figured that out based on how thin it is. So did you know the difference between plasma and LCD then? A question like that would likely stop her in her tracks, so I opt to keep my mouth shut.
I don't even know the difference.
It's
I'm just like, oh, TV.
Yeah. Well, plasma TVs I don't think are really made much these days because they're just kind of inferior to LCDs, but it's just a difference in the way the screen technology is. I think plasmas also tend to heat up a lot more.
Oh, I would hate that.
Yeah.
I saw you looking at it before, Emiya. Are you thinking of getting it?
I was thinking it would be nice to have one, but a purchase like that would have my wallet hurting for months. Besides, it doesn't really match the atmosphere of the house.
Same with mine. Wait, these things cost how much? You could buy a 20-carat ruby for less than that.
One look at the price tag makes Tosaka go pale. Having gemstones as her basis of comparison seems awfully luxurious. In my case, I wonder how many months worth of food budget it would take.
Yeah, it's a little too rich for our blood, huh?
I think LCDs were also a lot more expensive back then, just because it was new technology.
Yeah, because I was thinking my TV wasn't that expensive. I think it was like less than 200.
Yeah. I'm not especially dissatisfied with the small screen of the TV at home either.
And that over there is a VCR, right?
Tosaka is now pointing to... Bzz, too bad.
No way. Aren't all video thingies shaped like that?
Not the one you're pointing at. That's an ordinary DVD player. It doesn't have a record function. Actually, what you would see more common back then would be kind of a dual thing where it has a DVD player and a VCR in one machine.
Then Rin was kind of close. She was half there.
I lead Tosaka over to the recording equipment section and taking a look around. I don't blame her for being confused by all this.
What are you talking about?
This one's a standard player. Over here is an HDD plus DVD plus RW model. This one is HDD plus DVD RAM. Next to it is an HDD only recording unit. And over here is a CS digital. I don't know if I even know what CS is. In the midst of my explanation, I gradually realized that Tosaka is glaring at me with enmity. The gulf between Tosaka and I, when it comes to the subject of magical knowledge on one hand, and minor technical knowledge on the other, it's particularly apparent right now. The longer Tosaka stands here in this electronics store, the further away she somehow seems to be moving from the world.
What kind of spells are those?
Confusing, isn't it? It almost sounds like a spell to me, too. That's before you consider these Blu-ray and HD DVD things everyone's talking about. Oh yeah, I guess those were just coming out around this time, weren't they? Have you ever even heard of an HD DVD, Misaki?
Nope, but I know Blu-rays are still a thing.
Yeah. So, when DVDs were kind of on their way out, there was a kind of a two new formats cropped up at the same time, Blu-ray and HD DVD, and Blu-ray ended up becoming the dominant one.
Ray of blue what? So where are the video thingies?
Back there's still a demand for those even now. Yeah, VCRs did actually last a while because of their recording capability, but should be able to tell one by a single glance, I think, which may be a bit harsh. It's like you take your eyes off them for a moment and suddenly the varieties multiply. Makes me nostalgic for the golden age of VHS from my childhood. Another thing was digital, like DVR wasn't really was just starting to become a thing at this point also.
I mean, it pretty much is up to date with stuff.
Yeah.
So this thing, it's for recording TV programs?
That isn't all it does, but yes. Tosaka, I bet you still believe you can have your soul stolen if someone took a picture with a camera.
Of course.
Blackbeard also mentioned that during the summer event this year.
With certain modifications to the lens and the photographic paper, it's entirely possible to do that. Although it really only freezes it temporarily rather than stealing it.
Even if it was a digicam?
What, Clam?
Tosaka murmurs. Realizing that she doesn't even know what digicam stands for leaves me incapable of delivering a witty comeback. I'm not sure that was common terminology. It's just digital camera, but...
Also, what is a DVD?
Digital versatile disc, or DVD for short. Versatile? I didn't realize that was what the V stood for. Huh.
What's the difference between RAM and RW?
Okay, RAM in the context of DVDs is not something I'm familiar with, but RW stands for read-write. Even though I was speaking so knowledgeably to her about this stuff, that one might be beyond me. I doubt I could clearly explain the difference between the two. It seems some people could get worked up to a nearly religious fervor over the finer points of these things. but having never really used either, it's outside the realm of my understanding. I'm sorry, but I don't really know.
There you have it. If it's this confusing for you, Shiro, then how can I possibly hope to understand it? From my perspective, modern things like these really aren't far removed from magic.
Now, come to think of it, I know there was some guy who once said that sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
I mean, moving pictures. Wow, amazing. That must be magic.
Come on, Tosaka, it's nothing to get so disappointed about. Humans have managed to survive this long without DVDs, haven't they?
You could just as easily say the same of phones or TVs, though. So it doesn't really solve anything, does it? Honestly, I'm sure that you and Ayako must be constantly snickering behind my back at how hopelessly behind the times I am.
I can definitely imagine Mitsuzuru laughingly saying something like, "You're completely analog," to her. It's not as though she could just shoot back with, "That's because I'm a magus after all," no matter how much she might want to.
So, are you buying one of these too, Shiro?
I suppose I'd better, before the war over the TV channel at our home gets any worse. Still, they aren't exactly cheap.
You've got quite a large family to provide for over there these days, don't you? Though I guess that includes me as well.
Tosaka gives a small laugh, as though she'd only just realized that she too is among those people. It's not like we're running out of room. We could even take in two or three more, frankly.
Sure seem like you do well running a boarding house or bed and breakfast at this rate, Emiya-kun.
You said would, but that's pretty much what I'm doing already. At any rate, when it comes time that I'm able to strike out on my own as a magus, how will my life change from the way it is now? Life like that doesn't sound so bad to me.
Not about to give you time to seclude yourself from the world or anything, so rest easy. Well then, there's no reason for us to hang around here, so let's go somewhere else.
Tosaka seems to have unilaterally decided that I'll accompany her for today. Fine with me, though I can tell I'm in for a hard time later. She didn't get even halfway through with her so-called study of electronics, did she? Exit restart.
Nothing new yet?
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to try going to school because I know if there's something like in the middle of the day at school, it won't show up on this screen.
Oh, true!
Yeah. Let's see. Nope, nothing.
Okay, nothing for the first day.
Nope. All right. I think it's only the first day though, because after that it's a weekend and you can just come and go as you please. Yeah, see, it's not. It doesn't give me the prompt to go to school, and I can leave now. So.
Okay, I guess fourth day.
Yeah. How about that? We actually completely exhausted the first 3 days. Well, here we go.
Okay, to the salon. We just gotta remember that on the fourth day, there's still that one last afternoon thing with Rian in Emiya's house, right?
Oh, did we not just? Oh wait, I didn't see it there. Was it?
Wasn't it in the afternoon though?
Oh right. Yeah, it was. I want to hear the truth from her. Oh wait, this is repeating dialogue from. Oh, that's right. We had choices here to say other things to her. Yeah, talk about the Holy Grail. This will be the last piece upon the ground. Avenger said, "Go to the Heaven's Cup. Ainsworth's secret artifact, inserted sorcery, or Heaven's Feel." The Girl of Winter, who bears their name, should have known all their tricks behind this from the start. Passing through the long hallway, I exit the courtyard into the courtyard. The sky above the castle is always cloudy. No matter what kind of grail it is, perhaps it simply couldn't invade this castle owned by the true Holy Grail. Ilya's feel. I call out to her. Out of unease and resignation, I'm lacking emotion now. Has he ever called her Ilya's feel before, like even once?
I don't think so. He just calls her Ilya.
Yeah. There's no reply. I lift up my foot to walk a little closer.
It's okay. I can hear you, so stay there. Good day, Shiro. You came all the way out here to meet me?
My foot stops. Seems like this will end pretty quickly. Yeah, I have some minor business to take care of. There's something I'd like to hear from you.
How rare for you to call me out. Well then, what is it that you would like to talk about? If possible, I would prefer something light. It's a party after all. Wouldn't it be such a waste not to have fun?
I can't agree with that much. So I'd like to... So like I thought, you did know everything, didn't you?
I had a feeling, but you'd probably stop if you knew. That's why, as much as possible, I wanted to prevent you from coming here. If things could continue the way they are, then I would never want them to end either.
Ah, so that's why she didn't want me to do anything in this castle. That interference was Ilya's form of resistance. Well, all things considered, it kind of feels like you went too far with your hobbies.
That's because you were going to show up in the end anyway. So I decided, in that case, we should put everything in order and have fun.
Everything's in order, huh? Even though she had known it all from the beginning, this girl is still playing along. She waited in this castle without bringing down or blaming the real culprit. Ilya, what is the Heaven's Cup? It's the Holy Grail that brought back the Holy Grail War, right? Oh, excuse me, sorry about that. Holy Grail War, right?
Aren't you impatient? You're asking the big question already. But I guess it's been bothering you for a while now. I'll overlook your bad manners. You see, the grail that was a prize in Fuyuki's Holy Grail War was nothing more than a swirl of magical energy taking the name Holy Grail. It just grants the owner's wishes in a broad sense with that excessive power. But this grail is different. It's not particularly powerful, but it tries to grant its owner's wishes as much as possible within the scope of its ability. It's puny, but it's a real Holy Grail. Needless to say, it's actually a servant. It's someone who was summoned in the Third Holy Grail War, taken into the Grail, and grew into a demon that grants people's wishes through the power of the Grail.
Demon that grants people's wishes is a misnomer. To be precise... Oh wait, is that still her? To be precise, he grew into a demon that people wished for.
But I want to speak of the demon's name. The Heaven's Cup might be something along the lines of that demon's contract. That's where it all began, perhaps where the demon's precious contract partner is.
But didn't you already mention it during Face Day Night, Ilya?
Yep.
So that's where the Grail is? Where is it?
The highest point in the city. Someone who wasn't in the Fifth Holy Grail War fell to Earth from there. Everything's upside down. It's not the heavens feel, but heavens fall.
The highest point in the city. That's not the central building, but rather... It's impossible. How am I supposed to get up there?
Eh? I see. Normally you can't actually go there. I guess it can't be helped. Say, what do you think of this Holy Grail War, Shiro?
Nothing. This is all fake. The 4 days are just a lie.
Then what happens after the 4th day? Does everyone disappear?
No, that's... It's not that everyone disappears. Only the events of these 4 days disappear. They're just illusions that took place in a fake world. No memory nor trace remains.
Yes, exactly. You called it a fake world, but it's actually not true. Even if the setting is fake, the people are still real. Are all real. Take Reen, for example. Even if her role has changed, Reen is Reen, no matter what. Only one person in this world is a fake. That person disguised himself as someone in this town, and reproduced the Holy Grail War in this world. To continue the Holy Grail War in accordance with the wish of the one who contracted him, he is experiencing the 5th war that he was not a part of.
Come to think of it. So that's why the Earth and the Heaven's Cup don't overlap. Using the participants of the 5th war, she continues to fight using the script of the 3rd. But sometimes the faker screws up and the 3rd and 5th become connected. The two wars aren't linked. Her war and ours were two different things from the beginning.
After the 4th day, everyone will return back to normal. Everything goes back to how it should be. It will be as if those 4 days never happened, I suppose. But only that person disappears with the 4th day. They can't go to the reality that awaits on the 5th day. Just like their lost name, there is no memory of them in the world.
That's right. After all, they were never in this town to begin with. But still, if he's a fake, then he must be based on someone real. What happens to the real one?
He switches places with the fake, as though nothing had happened.
Is that so? So when the fake disappears and the impurity is removed, the real one remains. I see, but hey, that sounds sort of strange, but is the fake really a fake? No matter how similar he is to the real one, as long as he's not real, everything he does...
No, he's fake, but he's certainly real. He's not a duplicate or an identical copy. He just becomes a real thing only during these 4 days.
I don't really understand. It's not the theory I don't understand, but why this girl is smiling at me like this. Just from that smile, I see. Then everything he did was natural. Having resigned myself until now, I sigh with relief.
Yes, I said he was disguised, but he was a formless nothing to begin with. Nothing can turn to something, nor can it imitate anything. So, even if he takes shape using someone's body, he's still more than nothing, no more than nothing. Even if he possesses, assimilates into someone, he has no influence over the host. So even though he's a fake, his actions are unmistakably those of the real thing.
It all makes sense now. It may have been fake, but everything that happened there was real. But how do I put this? Seems like he has his own will, though.
That's not the nothing's will. After being assimilated into a body with a will, he's just deluded into thinking it's his own.
I understand now. To put it figuratively, if he disguises himself as a kind-hearted person, all he can do is think like one. The servant called Avenger isn't something split off from all the evil in the world. That personality is nothing more than a fabrication, created using the person possessed by the nothing as a sample, then he wasn't even a fake in the first place. He simply didn't exist.
No, I'll acknowledge you. You are you, Angramanyu. You may forget this right away, but I will remember it to the end. I will remember that you tried to bring an end to this wish through your own will.
Maybe this is karma. A descendant of the one who summoned me is releasing and helping me.
Everything in this world will eventually come to an end. No matter how finely made this miniature garden is, you cannot help but know everything in time. The flaws are visible. If you want it to continue, then you must not act. Unless you repeat only the minimum number of scenes and leave unknown events untouched, it will subside. The existence of an unknown future, that in itself was a power that made this world work. But you two couldn't do that.
That's right. The two of us couldn't do that. The real one who saw a better outcome due to his natural work personality. The fake one who wanted to see new things just because he found it fun. That's the main character in this miniature garden. Yeah.
This is all I can do for you. You were nothing more than an observer until now, but now you've been recognized by a person. The rest is simple, after all. Even if you forget, I will remember. You will reach that moon as yourself.
I finally arrived here, at long last. It's as Iliasville says. Oh wait, that's why he called her Iliasville, because it's Angramanyu. I don't have any means by which to get to the moon. The only one who can reach the Holy Grail are Avenger's real form, which was there from the beginning, and Bizette, who formed a contract with him. I finished with what had to be done. I've had to part with Ilya before my fever returns.
Did you have fun?
Yeah, thanks, Ilya. Not for what she did now, but for enjoying herself for my sake, even as she knew everything.
You're welcome. It's a bargain sale of miracles, so I think it'd be a loss if I didn't do this much.
There's no lie in her smiling face. The joy in it is overshadowed by how dazzling it is. Hey, is it almost over? I avert my eyes from Ilya.
Yes, with this, I've lost one more radiant thing.
Suddenly, I'm wrapped in something warm. And when I realize it's someone's body,
You're so stubborn. You're allowed to cry at least once.
the feeling I had frozen with so much effort are about to melt. Why? There isn't anything worth crying over. Everyday life will continue. There's nothing lost. It's only a matter of something that didn't exist in the first place, returning to its state of non-existence. A return to the cosmic order. I leave the courtyard for a brief moment. I get just a little dizzy, and my memory of the events just moments ago becomes fuzzy and disordered.
Thanks. Come visit again, Shiro.
Rather than waving at me, Ilya gives me a gentle farewell instead. Still perplexed at my sudden memory loss, I wave to her and say goodbye. I'm unclear as to what we talked about, but our farewell is vivid. I mean, she has such a lovely smile on her face. Whatever happens in this short time, I'm sure it must have been something that made Ilya very happy. Arrived. The 4 nights come to an end. Free action at night, street patrol, the last choice.
Oh, that's gonna be the end then.
Yeah.
Then we gotta see at least
Yep.
Tosaka's last
Yeah.
event in the
Yeah,
afternoon.
Yeah, so let's call it a day and start another loop.
Because that was literally the last one.
Yeah. Next day. confirm that is in fact the last one. Yep. I come to and realize I've been spacing out in the storehouse for some time now. After lunch, I decide to drop by on a whim, where it looks like I dozed off. Well, I've got nothing to do here. Guess I'll go back. Huh? It seems like there's something in my room. Someone in my room. Who's there? They're quietly rifling through my belongings. It might be Sakura, searching for clothes to put in the laundry. No, that's not it.
Rin, I believe you are aware of how improper it is to do this sort of thing. But aren't you even a little bit interested in it?
What are they doing? I want to know what they're up to, but if I go in right now, I know Tosaka will end up smooth talking her way out of it somehow. Let's wait and see. It's unusual for them to have not noticed my presence by now if I'm this close. Is even Saber that distracted?
Whether or not I'm interested has nothing to do with that, Rin. We should not do this. It is rude to Shiro. But Emiya-kun probably sneaks into Saber's room like this all the time, you know.
I'm gonna kill her. Well, I have to go into Tosaka's room while she was... Well, I have to go into Tosaka's room while she was away, but that was just to clean it.
Shiro would never do such a thing. Don't be so sure. Emiya-kun is a teenage boy after all. Ordinarily, if he's living together in the same house as a girl like Saber, he'd at least, you know.
Seriously, I'm gonna kill her. Right now, before she can say another word, I will straight up kill...
Be that as it may, I am without doubt that Shiro's room would not contain such a thing. I wonder. I'm willing to bet that it does, though. If I lose, I'll treat you to something nice. A dorayaki from Eromae would be perfect, if you do not mind.
I wonder what would happen if Saber loses. From what I see, it seems that Tosaka has absolute confidence in this. In any case, just what is it that they're looking for?
Alrighty then, where shall we start our search? There are not that many places where you could hide something in this room to begin with. Under the desk, or at the back of a drawer, are the first ones that come to mind.
It's almost as if she thinks she's on a treasure hunt. I don't own anything embarrassing enough that I need to hide it, though. I haven't got any money stashed away in there either.
Nothing yet, so under the tatami then, or maybe in the closet? I do not recall Shiro ever having turned over the tatami in this room, come to think of it. Most people don't do that either, but this is Shiro we're dealing with. Knowing him, he'd have been extremely careful about it.
Does she think I'm a ninja or a Sengoku warlord or something? Besides, you couldn't really hide anything under the tatami in the first place. Under the floorboards would be a different story, though.
What about the storehouse? Ah, that's true. You could hide an elephant under all the junk in there. And he does seem to be out there every night. However, it's the duty of Amagas to eliminate from their atelier anything that could distract them. I see. So a distraction from such mundane thoughts could be fatal, could it?
She's right about all the junk I have in there, though, which I suppose is quite a distraction. But her having seen all that fitness gear stowed away in her basement, I don't think Tosaka's in any position to say that. The biggest distraction I have right now is wondering why she's so sure I've got something hidden in here.
Here. This is it. Here's what I was looking for. It could not be. Rin, have you truly found it? There's no way Emiya-kun would actually be hiding snacks in this kind of place. I'm sure this is it. It's bingo for sure.
A candy box? When did I ever hide that? Oh wait, let me think. Now that I remember, that's...
Wait, unless we were to look inside, there is no way of knowing if that is true. You really don't know when to give up, do you, Saber? Then let's proceed with the grand unveiling. Wow! Shiro, something like this.
I know what that is now. Right, since you can't simply throw that away, I ended up storing it in some random box. And since I don't want Saber and the others to open it by mistake, I hid it there. So inside that box is a photo from the adult-only section of the bookstore.
Whoa, this is some amazing stuff. I always had my suspicions that Emiya-kun's tastes ran to the, exotic, but this proves it. I cannot believe this. Shiro cannot possibly harbor that kind of carnal desires that such cheap and vulgar material would inflame.
Thanks for believing in me, Saber. I have a feeling that showing too much loyalty will work against me here, though. Besides, the book actually came from, now I remember.
So this is what he's into. He preferred the older sister type, eh, Shiro? Oh, wait. There are some little sister type ones, too. I don't see any blondes in here, though. Is that true? Now you're interested, aren't you, Saber?
I better put an end to this soon, or else who knows what they'll say to me afterwards. It would be safest to clear up a misunderstanding like this as early as possible. That's Shinji's.
Shiro?
That bastard brought it over saying, "Come on, Amy, I know you must love this stuff," and practically forced it on me. It seemed wrong to let anyone else find out, so I just hid it instead.
What?
That's right, Shinji is the kind of guy who does actually come in with well-meaning but totally unneeded advice sometimes. I have my issues with how he tries to push his personal interests on other people, but he really does have a thing for older sister types, doesn't he? Makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. It's been so long that I completely forgot about it. Seriously, thanks for finding it, Tosaka. I thank her with a smile of perfect benevolence on my face. Unsurprisingly, I can already see a vein in her forehead, beginning to throb in rage. It's alright to counterattack like this every once in a while. Sorry for getting your hopes up, but I've never bought any of this stuff myself. It's a waste of money, and besides, I could get it from work for free if I really wanted any. However, that last part is top secret, so I'd better leave it at that. Whether it's because Tosaka's embarrassed or at leaping into the wrong conclusion or something else, the hand holding Shinji's prized book begins quivering.
How could you make me look at something from Shinji's dirty collection?
She flies into extremely self-righteous rage. Hey, wait a minute, you're the one who stuck in here looking for it, so how is that my fault?
Shut up. Hamagas is a seeker of truth that is concealed within this world.
That's so unreasonable, I don't even know where to begin. And even if it were true, a seeker of truth like Tosaka should be prepared to deal with the occasional friendly fire like this.
Rin, can we not consider this to be my victory? But Shino did actually have it, didn't he? Yes, however, the object itself being Mato Shinji's property, it cannot be said to be Shiro's. Therefore, I shall graciously accept the Eromaya Dorayaki as described in our wager.
No longer leaving the room for a negative answer, Saber presses on. And not simply because food is involved, it appears.
Humph! Fine, I'll go buy some right away. I could use a walk outside to get rid of the aftertaste. Honestly.
Tosaka takes her leave, grumbling under her breath all the way to the door, out the door. The heavy atmosphere in the room lightens like calm after a typhoon. If hypothetically, and I want to stress that this is only hypothetically, that had really been a pick of my own, then I've already met with a fate worse than death by now. Had it been my real secret treasure, hidden even deeper, that had been discovered, I can only hope to get off as lightly as I did this time. A paper-thin, narrow miss. Thanks, Shinji.
I'm greatly relieved, Shiro. You are just as pure and noble a master as I have always believed you to be.
No. From now on, I need to make sure I don't do anything that could lead to a misunderstanding like this.
However, does blonde hair... never mind. Do excuse me.
I get the feeling I'd better not ask. Letting this conversation continue would well lead to the discovery of the second Pandora's box below. It's almost 3 o'clock. Come on, Saber. Let's go to the living room and wait for Tosaka to come back. We should have tea ready to enjoy with the spoils of our victory.
Indeed. That was an uncontested victory for us.
Blissful smile lights up Saber's face. Sorry, Saber. It's not a victory for us so much as it is for me. Okay, I have a feeling the final scene is going to be quite long, so maybe we should save that for next week.
Okay. Well, we unlock some other stuff at least.
Yep. Lots of bunch of wallpapers. So it's an early image of Fate Zero.
I guess because we went to the theater for that movie.
Yeah. Wait, who's that in the corner? Is that supposed to be Tokiomi? Or...
Maybe?
Oh my.
Wait, that left image.
Wait. oh god, whoops.
I'm like, wait a second.
Okay, well. 354. God damn it. Ooh, that's nice.
Cute.
Wait, that's old.
Oh yeah, that one's new.
Oh, yeah.
It's from the movie when Green gets Saber.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Boo. Wait, I think these are all old, right?
Yeah, those ones are the same.
That's cute.
Adorable.
That name sounds familiar. I guess I'm gonna look that up real quick.
McEmiya's delicious hamburgers.
Harade Takehito. Right. Harada Takehito. Let's see. Oh wait, I think this is Benny Enma's artist, and yeah, wait.
If it is, makes sense. Cute girls and food.
Yep, and Wu Zetian. Ooh, oh my.
Nice sisterly bonding.
Anything else here? I think that's it for this page. Okay.
Caster art, though.
Yeah. Oh boy. I might need to actually play the Hanafuda off screen to get the funds. I think we get some from there. unless the Eclipse ones also give a bunch. Let me hold on. I gotta get my stuff back up here. 1 second. Okay. Oh, nice. Dark Saber, left. The blood vessel-like curse pattern isn't visible, so this must be her original state. The other is...
It's Goth Loli, right? Goth Loli.
Yeah, I thought it might be called something else.
Resistance is futile. This is no time for lollygagging. Now then, what's this? With this outfit and skin tone, she looks like a doll or a corpse. In fact, there was a plan for a Dark Saber H scene. Is what the person in charge of the original design was pleased to say? And yet, another completely messed up comment. Wait, another messed up comment? What was the other messed up comment?
I mean, there were a couple throughout here, I think, but... Magical Girl Kaleido Ruby, left. Jureen, right. Should we go into the next one?
Yeah.
Or so I thought, but turns out there is a comment.
Kill me.
The person in charge says, I feel like Rin's becoming the most colorful character.
Lore.
Okay. Well, I guess that's it for today. So, thanks for watching, everyone. I guess next time will be the finale for the main story. Of course, we still have the Eclipse stories to go through, so I'm gonna guess at least 2 more streams, maybe 3, or...
Oh wait, did any more the Eclipse get unlocked or not yet? 'Cause there's just one more missing, right?
Yeah, I think so. And also, I got to do Capsule Servant's Rin's story off screen so that we can do that, because it is different from Shiro's. Yeah, so I got some grind to do this week. Alright, so yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. We will be back on at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time next week on Saturday. I'm also going to try and finish Metroid Prime Remastered this week for the YouTube viewers. That is over on my second channel. I need to finish it this week because Fate Samurai Remnant comes out next week. I'm going to be super busy with that. Also still got J-Stars going up every day. And yep, so see y'all next time. Oh, Tuesday most likely for Metroid Prime Remastered, by the way. Yep, alright, later.